But just excuse me. My sugar.
hear now? What do you think? It's going to be 30 minutes interval between the two of you? 30 minutes? 20.
We'll do that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'll just ask if we. Seems like they're live. Talk.
Good day.
Oh, our speaker's not working. This one. How do you get that speaker to work?
You just change your settings.
How do you get that speaker to work?
Over here, settings, and then you go to audio. It is on. Yes, it's working. There it shows. Perfect.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the NPA Soccer Community Dialogue for the 25th of March 2023. I am happy to announce that for the first time in the Soccer Community Dialogue, we have a sign language interpreter in our midst. It took some time to get here, but we are lucky that we at last have our sign language interpreters. It will be indicated on each and every of our slides, the names of our sign language interpreters. So we want to say thank you to both our sign language interpreters for their involvement in today's session. My name is Deon Ruiters. I'm the Senior Prosecutor for Maintenance in the Western Cape, and I also am involved with maintenance for the whole Western Cape. We have 57 courts in the Western Cape, and I am involved in all 57 courts in the Western Cape. I'd like to say a special welcome to all our online viewers, and especially the Legal Aid Board of South Africa that also have some of their colleagues that is deaf and hard of hearing and need the sign language interpretation. So we will make sure that all of the most important presentations will be made available in sign language for you to also be able to see. I'd like to welcome everyone that is over here in the house. The old faces are always over here, so I'm not going to in any way introduce myself, Blood Face, and all the others that are always here. I just would like to say a special welcome to one of our key speakers, South Klopper, that is going to South Klopper will be doing a presentation on healing and how do you heal, especially after being abused in the maintenance court process, not by the maintenance officers, hopefully, or by the prosecutors, hopefully, but by the other role players, being the attorneys or the respondents in maintenance inquiries. So we, as the steering management unit of the NPA Community Dialogue in the Western Cape, it is important that we start that healing process. And how do we start that healing process? by acknowledging our own shortcomings and how some of us need to be able to manage those shortcomings of ours. Ms. Sue Klopper will be giving an excellent presentation and will be offering some of her services to mothers and to professional staff within the legal fraternity that needs to get some type of healing for deep-rooted trauma. Not deep-rooted trauma just from the maintenance system, but all other issues that people have been suffering with for years and need some type of intervention. Before I go any further, I need to first of all introduce some of the people that are here. Our MC is one of our usual MCs and the one that's most professional in dealing with our program for today, and that is Ms. Ronel Ras. And I'm not pronouncing it properly, but we will pronounce the full name later, so we will make sure that she will be introducing all the other speakers. A special welcome to a colleague of mine, Mr. J.C. Boonfontein. He is from the Belleville Court. Jesse, if you just stand so the other people can see you. A colleague of mine from the Belleville Court, and he put on his profile pic the NPA Community Dialogues. And because of him putting it on, one of his colleagues also said, no, I also want to be there. Mr. Leander, can you just stand so that they can see? So we've got the attorneys also here. Leander also been managed to ask if she can be part of it. We've got a lot of volunteers that in this time offered this assistance with the program, and some of them are standing over there at the back. Anna Oliver is over there at the back. Lisa Kim is there at the back. Mel is hiding. I already saw her. So all of those are some of our volunteers that just makes all the nitty-gritties and the working system of the NPA Soccer Community Dialogue more easier for one person to handle. So I've got a whole team of colleagues, including my wife that will be presenting later on, that she's presenting on chapter 5, Locus Standi. So you will see the other one that's the same surname as me, that's my wife. So you will know. In case there are any online viewers that have some ideas, she's already married, so stay away. Just before I start with the program, I just need to give some feedback or some history of the NPA Dialogues. The NPA Dialogue started more than 2 years ago, and it was an initiative that was started by one mother in Stellenbosch, Somerset West area, that needed some intervention and assistance. Okay, it's my car. My car is outside and needs to be moved. Peter, here's the key.
No, move, make it later.
Okay, yeah, but just put the light on. Sorry for the interruption. The NPA Community Dialogue started as an initiative from a mother in Somerset West that needed intervention in a specific case that was in the Somerset West Court. And after a few requests for having special training on what happens in the maintenance courts, they gave birth to the Soccer Community Dialogues that started off with Stellenbosch. We started off with 16 women, and the 16 women became 32, and 32 became 64, and that's how the community dialogues then go until we came to our venue that is at 115 Bakenstraat Street in Cape Town, where we facilitate these. We are online, and we make sure that it is available to all other provinces that would like to join in our deliberations on the maintenance legislation. I am aware that there were people that registered at 2 o'clock this morning, Akasha and the others, but you are all welcome, those that are online and are part of the dialogue. I'm going to leave the program over to our esteemed MC, and then from there I will facilitate the first session on the SA Law Commission. Over to Bowie.
Thank you so much, Deon Ruiters. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to everyone who's watching online. My name is Ronel Ras. I'm the chair of the Community, and today I'll be your MC and your host for this community dialogue. Just real house rules. Free parking is available, but you have to park in the parking space that are reserved for visitors. So if you need to your car to the space, please do so now. Just go to the back of the list is available, it will be able to show you where the parking is. And so basically it's just around the building, you get in front street, Street, Bay Street, and Anglian Street. And then the bathrooms are available just up the ramp, then you just need to turn left, and then right you see the signs to bathrooms. Or also you can just ask our volunteers, we're all wearing badges, so just so that you can easily identify us. And then there's free coffee, but then we have load shedding. So but it will be available on our tray. So there's free tea and coffee and biscuits just outside the auditorium. The volunteers will show you where to go. And then anything else that you'd like to enjoy from our cafeteria, tea, coffee, biscuits, and obviously more food, it is available in the cafeteria, but that's at an additional cost. And then just remember, this session is streamed online on StreamYard, and it will also be available on our social media sites and also on our website, www.topmaintenance.org, that is able to access later. And if you are already on lunch, please do so. We need to on page 2 of the handout. Yeah, I think I would just remind us that last month it is very important for us to support our check agency, really sacrifices his salary to make sure that we are nourished during the sessions. These are long sessions, we do need him. So let's just encourage him by supporting him. I mean, I don't know, some of us know how we do not to have failure. It's not a nice experience. So let's just make sure that we encourage him and order his young food. And also just to remind you, childcare is now available. Thank you to the mother. She does not want to be mentioned, but I just want to thank her for just, coming up with this initiative. It's amazing. But at the moment, because of capacity, it's still capped to only 20 children. However, if we get more volunteers, we'll be able to extend it to more. But basically, what we're trying to do, we're trying to remove all these barriers to try and help the mothers to come and be part of these dialogues. So really, I want to thank that mom for doing that for us. Really appreciate it. I also just want to mention that some of the presentation is quite triggering. So I was the only one who really triggered Yasmin. And we just want to acknowledge that. And so if any time during this session, if you want to step away, if you want to just have someone to hold space for you, we've got volunteers. Just get in touch with one of us and we will be able to just hold space for you. I know it's quite yes, we are here to educate each other, but some of the sessions are quite triggering and we want to acknowledge that. And on that topic, our theme for today is really about healing. We're going to be talking a lot about healing. Because let's just be honest, who's talking about healing after the maintenance process? Where do mothers go after the wounding that they experience in the hands of the justice system in South Africa? Even if you win the victory, where do you go? What do you do with that pain? What do you do with the trauma? What do you do with that suffering after you leave this journey? Do we have spaces in South Africa at the moment? Spaces that are open where women can come after the whole wounding process and just find a safe space for healing, specifically after the maintenance journey. Do we have those spaces in this country? I just want to remind everyone, this platform is a safe space. I'm talking from experience. I came here in June, wounded, scared for the first time. I was like, this exists, a space where mothers are empowered, supported practically. This exists in South Africa. I didn't know. It took me 10 years to find the courage to say, okay, I'll go with it. Because that experience that I experienced in the maintenance course was the most painful experience. And I said, I'll never go back to 99 King Street. I know it's not over there, but but it was this community that came to me and said, Mama, do not give up on your child. We are here. What do you need? So I want to remind us today, this is a safe place for us mothers to come and be human. Today we're going to be talking about healing. Our guest speaker is going to touch on healing, and we're going to be triggered. This is a safe space for us to actually be human. So if you want to cry, it's okay. Here, in this platform, we have permission to be human. Because out there we know it's a lion's den. And I want to just continue to encourage the mothers, especially the ones in the group, continue to do this work. What we are doing for each other is incredible. So continue encouraging each other, holding space for each other, creating safe spaces for each other. You are doing amazing. Whatever you started in that WhatsApp group, I know it's going to grow, and I hope it's going to grow and filter to the whole of Africa, because as you know, it's not just South Africa that is suffering in this area. I just want to encourage us as we are talking about healing and trauma in the maintenance system. There's a quote that really encouraged me as I was preparing for today by Danielle Beno. It says, trauma is personal. It does not disappear if it is not validated. When it is ignored or invalidated, the silent screams continue internally, heard only by the one held captive. But when someone enters the pain and hears the screams, healing can begin. And it is my hope that today some of us will find hope and some healing through the discussion that is so important is going to give us today. Now, to start our program, I would like to welcome our very own administrators, Deon Ruiters, to just come and chat to us about how we can have our voices heard by going through the SA Law Commission takeover ceremony. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm also going to try to speak clearly when he's speaking, because if she got to it clearly, but I heard my own voice audible just to myself, but not amplified on the speakers in the auditorium. So let me try to also do it the way she does, because obviously MCs is a professional. When it comes to these kind of things, I'm a public prosecutor. I just speak in court. Whether people hear me or not, I don't care. I'll just say what I as long as the magistrate hears me, then that's it. Be it as it may, my presentation today is on the SA Law Commission paper 157. And I just want to give you some background as far as what is happening in South Africa. Mothers are complaining all over South Africa that they are not getting the assistance, they are not getting what the SA Law Commission is introducing, and what the Service Delivery Charter of the Department of Justice is saying as far as what should be up there. So, mothers, for the first time, you will have an opportunity to have your voice heard.
Yeah.
Stop complaining. Stop saying that it's not working for me, it's not working for me. If you want your voice to be heard, then you will have an opportunity later this year in Parliament where you can say what happened to your specific case. The Law Commission have a paper that was introduced in May of 2022 that I will refer to during my presentation. So that's where I will start off. But before we get there, I know all of you do not have my presentation, but we are working in a paperless society. We are moving away from all these papers because afterwards I have to clean this video. So to avoid that happening, most of us these days have smartphones. And I found out from our colleague, Mr. Eugene Opperman, that's online, that there is a way that you can get the whole presentation without having to click and take pictures the whole time of the presentations. If you have a smartphone, only point your smartphone with your QR scanner to that scanning or the QR code that is on the presentation, embedded on the presentation, as well as on the last page of all our presentations that you will hear today. You will find the QR code that can be scanned, and you will have a copy of the full presentation of today. So those of you that are in the video that would like to get a hard copy, just for you having to bear the rain and all the other circumstances, weather circumstances in Cape Town, there will be a hard copy that you will receive within as soon as the load shedding is over. We will make sure that you do have a copy of today's agenda. The people online, I will make it available during the course of the day. The people in the WhatsApp group, I will make sure that there is scanned copies that will be available within the next hour while the other presentations are being done. I know all of you want CourtsSue Klopper's presentation. I will make sure that you get it. Please do not send me a WhatsApp asking for it. I will make sure that you do get it. Mr. Ronel Ras, next slide. So what I will be discussing today is the process that is going to be unfold after the Law Commission's paper 157 has been presented. Last year, May, the paper 157 was then made available to the public for comments. During June and July of last year, we were allowed to make comments on the paper 157 to the Law Commission. There was on average between 30 and 38 of us that commented on the paper, and most of us are the ones that are presenting today. That's myself, my wife Natalie, Ronel Ras, and Eugene Opperman, and some of the others that are not here also then made presentations to the Law Commission. You will also have an opportunity next to be able to go to Parliament. It's going to be the Justice Portfolio Committee, where the Maintenance Amendment Bill will then be discussed, hopefully later this year, and then we will be able to all comment. Every lady that had a problem in the specific case will be allowed to make comments on the legislative process. You can do it one of two ways, either online where you submit your written submission, or you can also do it via oral representation, meaning you can submit your presentation and indicate that you would like to come and speak in Parliament. I've done it a few years ago in 2002, shows my age, okay, no, but in 2002 I was part of the Child Justice Bill B49 of 2000. And during that time, we discussed Child Justice Bill B49. I was part of that process in August 2002, and we, with an alliance called Child Justice Alliance, took this specific Child Justice Bill to Parliament that led to the enactment of the Child Justice legislation. Afterwards, when I fulfilled my duties in NICO as the Child Justice Development Specialist, I moved to Black Sash, where I facilitated the Children's Bill that went to Parliament and led to the Children's Act 88 of 2005. So one of the ways that we can do it is be forming alliances where all those people with all the know-how can get together, and once all of us are together, then we can make sure that we present our own views on the maintenance legislation and what we see is happening out there. I'm also going to be talking about how on a local level we can then get somehow involved in these parliamentary processes, whether it is getting involved with the local ward councillors, because all wards in municipal areas have ward councillors, and those ward councillors in order to get their views on the maintenance legislation. Obviously, there is also your own submission that you can make in those specific cases and its like. So, as I want to just reiterate what I said earlier, the Law Commission paper was published in May 2022, and the public was then allowed to make submissions to the Law Commission during June 2022 and July 2022. Mid-July it closed, and then during August, that's the time that we started the public participation with Professor Deon and her team. My presentation that I'll do later on today pertaining to the Law Commission chapter 5 and chapter 6 and 7. On the last page is the details of the Law Commission. If any of you still would like to give some inputs, you can give inputs to the Law Commission, and the Law Commission might include that in their report that they will submit to Parliament whenever they are issued get the tagging of the maintenance of the unit into Parliament. So there's just a little bit of more information on the Law Commission process. So now that you know there is this paper 157 of the Law Commission, what next? Next slide now. So what happens now after we know that there is this CourtsSue paper that is in Parliament, or not in Parliament yet, but the Law Commission, and we then make certain recommendations as far as the what they are thinking, what we do in South Africa, including this legislation of the mothers. Make your voice heard. If you want to have time to say, but this act is not working, this maintenance legislation is not working, the service delivery charter is not working, now you've got an opportunity to say how you feel about it. If you're living in Bloemfontein, if you're living in Johannesburg, you can still make a written submission to Parliament, and I will give you the addresses later on of where you can send your specific submission. The mere fact that you can't get from Bloemfontein to Cape Town to Parliament doesn't mean that you can't participate in the process. And this is what I would like to inculcate and advocate out there to the public. You can get involved in one way or the other. Don't sit at home and say, good directive for me, it doesn't work for me. I know it doesn't work. But the only way that we're going to affect change is if process. Whether we write a submission or whether we will go to Parliament and say Cantonians should be coming to Parliament and saying how they feel about this piece of legislation. And the Justice Portfolio Committee will listen to you. And if I can say this, I like to believe if I can somehow encourage you to come, there will be free lunch over there in samosas and pies. Those portfolio committees, they get all of those things that we don't get over here. You're going to pay when you go to pay them. But there, it's for free. So please, Cantonians, if you want to participate, please participate. But don't come and ask me, where's the lunch? But I've, in the time, or let me say, 21 years ago when I was in Parliament, they always had that lunch. I took some of the people that were sleeping on the street with me, come in, we're going to have free lunch. And some of them found there is a way that they don't have to beg on the street. They can come with Mr. Ruiters into the portfolio committees and they will have some free lunch over there. But if I can encourage our members of public, our mothers that have been in all of these Facebook groups, commenting and lamenting about what is going on in the system. Make your voice heard. Note everything that happens. Note who you spoke to, who the clerk is. The service delivery charter says they must have name tags on it. Look, I've got my name tag, and it's not even part of the service delivery charter. The NPA Community Dialogue, you know whoever one is that you will speak to here. This is what is supposed to happen in all courts. They should have name tags. You should know who you're speaking to, who's the clerk that you spoke to, who is the maintenance officer that you spoke to. All of those people should be made known to you whenever you engage. Make note of those type of people and then take all of that information to the service delivery charter at justice.gov.za. That's where you can complain. If you do not know your rights, Ms. Ronel Ras will do a presentation later on today on what you can expect in the maintenance court. Listen to what she's saying, because that will give you the idea what you should be expecting. And what the NPA Community Dialogue is trying to do, the soccer dialogue is trying to do is to inculcate and give you that information. What you do with that information is up to you. It's no use you have information, oh, it's got a beautiful handout, colorful handout and all of it, and then that is dust. It is useless to you. The only way you make this a living document is if you actually apply it, if you do out there. So when you go to the maintenance courts, after you Google Service Delivery Charter, Department of Justice Service Delivery Charter, Google that. In that document, you will find there is 24 pages of information that the Department of Justice give you on what your rights are, what you are entitled to. One of the first things you're supposed to note is that within 2 hours, you're supposed to be out. That's the first thing. Number two, okay, please don't laugh at me. I'm just telling you what the charter says. It's not me saying it, it's what the charter says. Except for that, all justice officials should have name badges. Number three, they should be following and smiling. You engage with them. Number four, the Department of Justice's policy code 26 of 2015. Page 13 of that code says they must help you to complete that form. They mustn't just show the J101, J107, J470. No, that's not what the code says. The DOJ code 26 of 2015 on page 13 says that every individual that comes and applies for maintenance is supposed to be assisted by that clerk. Tell us if that is your experience of the system. Tell us if that is what's happening in the maintenance court. Parliament wants to hear that, because at the end of the day, their votes depend on us, on every mother that's out there. So if these mothers that are out there and online can go to Parliament and say, no, I have to wait there from 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock, tell Parliament, so that Parliament can then hear what are some of the challenges. It's no use we've got all of this beautiful legislation in place that says, yeah, it's going to be beautiful, this is what they're going to do. They're going to make sure if it doesn't pay, then there's going to be a garnishing order immediately, and it doesn't happen. Then what use is it for us? So that is what Parliament needs to know. That in a case where I want emolument attachment order, that's just a big word that we use for garnishing order. Or if we want to attach his car, why must we pay 5,000 rand sheriff security fee in order to get it? Those are the things that Parliament needs to know. And that Law Commission paper 157 will be your first stance for your entry into Parliament. So make use of it and then make your voice heard in Parliament. Then what you need to do is find out who is your local ward councillor. And once you know who your ward councillor is, find out what is his view of maintenance legislation. How can he help you to make sure, except for your voice, you want my vote, you're going to go and say what I want in Parliament. If you don't do that, then you're not worthy of my vote. We are getting into national elections next year, so this is the time that they are quickly going to come and knock on your door and they want your vote. So now you turn it around and you ask them for what their views are on maintenance in South Africa. And how will they be able to assist you in order to get your voice heard in Parliament? once you've got their views, whoever the political party is that is going to give you a vote, that will depend on how they can help and assist you to get this legislation in place. If you go on Google and you just put in Google Parliament Justice Portfolio Committee, you get a list of all of the Justice Portfolio Committee members that is involved in the Justice Portfolio Committee. If you click on the person's name, then you get the person's email address, his cell number, and his office number. All of that is available on Google if you Google www.parliament.gov.za and then just look for the Justice Portfolio Committee. If you're starting, Ms. Ronel Ras has got all the details. She will make that available to you. If you struggle to don't know in what format to do your submission, Ms. Ras as well as Ms. Yuzelka here and the others that are over here can assist with that. If you want to see an example, go on www.childmaintenance.org.za. You've got examples of how you can compile a submission for Parliament in case you would like to take part in that process. I say on there we need to lobby for support of the Maintenance Amendment Bill and also the passing of that vote in Parliament. So it's important that you start speaking to others about it, whether it is in your local church or whether it is at the community where you are or wherever. Start speaking about these things. Because nobody knows about this unless we're going to somehow start that process. So if all of us start speaking and saying that, you know, there's a maintenance amendment act that is coming to Parliament, what is your views on it, and that's how we can start the dialogue on it. Speak for us, speaking over it over here, and that's what our theme of this semester. Up till July, we will be speaking about the SA Law Commission Paper 157. You'll see there's 3 specific themes for today when we speak about the SA Law Commission Paper 157. So for this semester, if you want to participate and know where you can participate, just come and listen to the Soccer Community Dialogues and you will get some of that information on how you can solicit your own submission that you get in the Parliament. Please also look at the Service Delivery Charter. The Service Delivery Charter will give you an indication of what your rights are and what you are supposed to be able to give out of the maintenance courts. If you don't get it, then it's about time that you make your voice heard and the Parliament know that actually that piece of thing that you spoke about there is not applicable to me because I never got any of those services. So how is maintenance affecting you and how is maintenance affecting your community? That is the theme that should be out there. Next slide. Thank you for now. So the parliamentary process will then be the Maintenance Amendment Act is going to be the Justice Portfolio Committee because it deals with the Maintenance Act in the Justice Portfolio Committee. So make sure that you know who are the members of the Justice and Correctional Services Portfolio Committee. And once you know who they are, then you can start soliciting their views on it. And some of them don't know about the Maintenance Amendment Act that is going to come up one time or another in Parliament. It is your duty to make it them aware of it. Say, sir, do you know about the maintenance legislation? What is your views on it? Some of them don't have a view, and we can start to conceptualize their own views by engaging with them. And start preparing your submission. 25th of March, start today. The sooner you leave, then you're not going to, the day when we say that the Maintenance Amendment Bill will be whatever it is going to be, is ready for comment, then you can say, oh, what can it say? What must I say? You shouldn't be saying that.
Yeah.
What you should be saying is, here's the Service Delivery Charter, here's the SA Law Commission Paper 157. and here's the Department of Justice's policy on maintenance. Policy document 26 of 2015. If you want a copy, Mr. Ronel Ras, please look on here. Anna Oliver and all the others that are in here, the volunteers will be able to give you a copy of any of these policy documents. Start the research now. How does it affect you? And then you'll be able to make your own submission to Parliament. Those people that are far away can still make a written submission. That's a specific case in case you want to participate in it. On the next slide. So what is the way forward? Read the service delivery charter, make sure you know the paper 157, make sure you know even your Botha PLA principles. Government have this thing of Botha PLA principles. Botha PLA principles only exist in name. Whether it is ever being done by our justice officials and our government officials, I'm not so sure. I would rather not say it because there are some officials out there that are really doing their best in order to do their service delivery as per their contract of employment. But there are the ones or twos that are not doing the system and what they're supposed to do. And that's where activists start to manipulate it and say, the system is not working. The system is working.
Yeah.
If we get every role player in the system to do what they're supposed to do, then the system will work.
Yeah.
But we need to identify who they are, and we need to make our recommendations. And our recommendation should be that this one is not doing its work. The DOJ Code 26 of 2015, page 30 says they should assist me, they can assist me. Let them start to assist me. Activists shouldn't just say that it's not working, it's not working. We know it's not working.
Yeah.
But give us clear guidance, advice on what we should do to make it better. There's no use you're standing on platforms and screaming your lungs out. You're going to hurt your lungs. It's time that you start to actually do something about it. And this is what the community dialogue is all about, is to give advice on what to do, how to do, and where to go. But if all of us are just going to say, here at there, obviously it's not going to work for you. We need to get to a point where we make it work for us. And if we use the golden nuggets that are over here, the Jesse Bloemfonteins in Melville Court and all of these people that are the Michaelas, the Abambiles, there's so much wealth of information and good people that are out here. If we capitalize on those people and we start making their ones or twos known, that at Melville Court I can go and speak to Mr. Bloemfontein or to Ms. Leander or wherever we are, and we know where we can source information, that will make this place better. If we go to the Manenberg People Center, there is a young lady, the name of Alvila de Vries, that will assist you there to complete your application form. That is activism. That is real activism. Not standing on a platform and shouting that the system don't work. I'm tired of this type of activism in South Africa. The real activist, the last real activist was Zaki Akbar, according to me. He fought for HIV and the way forward, and he did it not in just words and saying the system doesn't work. Every single day he made sure that he did something. He said, let's do this, let's try this, let's try this. But the activists of today just want to stand on platforms and on Facebook and shout that the system is not working. I want that to stop. Let us as individuals say how it's going to change. And how is by going to Parliament. Go to Parliament and say how you feel about these things. And stop lambasting it, because if we do that, in this community dialogue, there were people and all over South Africa to attend it. What they told me afterwards is they can't sit here and hear activists saying that this is not working, and they try their best. There were two people sitting from Weinberg over there that work Saturday and Sundays to make sure that Monday morning their quota was ready and that everybody understands what they're doing. But just one word that maintenance officers are not doing their things, they internalize it to themselves and think that they are not worthy of being here. And that is going to change as from April. We should allow and respect those people that are doing their bit, because if they weren't, they wouldn't be sitting here.
Yeah.
And it's not nice to be hearing that it's not working, and there's nothing else to be seen. Mr. Bloemfontein is here because he's doing a trial in the next few weeks, and he wants to prepare himself so that he wants to see if he can't get something out of it. And he's offered me Saturday in order to sit here, in order to empower himself to be able to do that. But if all of us are just going to say the prosecutors is not doing their work and all of it, how am I supposed to feel as a prosecutor? How is he supposed to feel as a prosecutor? But let's encourage one another and build the system.
Yeah.
And let's identify that one or two, but don't overgeneralize and make it look as if the system is not working, because it's not true. There are dedicated public prosecutors, including myself, including Mr. Bloemfontein. There are maintenance officers, Mr. Roxanne Jansen was over here, Mr. Lucian Aronson, Ms. Nokwata and Ozani. All of them were here, they all left. Why? Because every time when they're over here, then the activists are saying maintenance officers are not doing their work, and they don't feel good sitting over here and hearing all of these things. So yes, let us complain when people are not doing their work, but let's identify who those ones are. Let's give advice on what to do. Let Parliament know about it. But don't go to Parliament and say that the maintenance system is not working. The Western Cape has got the best system in South Africa. I can vouch for it. I see the statistics on a national scale. I see what these people are doing. I see how people are working on Saturdays and Sundays to make the system work. But if we are going to lambast and criticize and just think that is sufficient enough, that's not. I don't care if there are 50 or 80,000 people that you focus on. That's immaterial to you. If you want to make a change, then you make the change with the ones or tools that you go and help. There are women over here that are going to courts and helping one person at a time. Ms. Lieselman, you can do that? Yes, lady, and thank you, Liesel. Ms. Ronel Ras. These ladies go to Belleville Court, and they go and sit over there in Belleville Court to assist people one by one.
Yeah.
It's no use you go and say that the system is not working, but what are you doing to change it?
Yeah.
How are you changing the system? On Saturdays, there are some of them, including my wife, that goes and sit at Weinberg Court, and they don't do that for any remuneration or to sit on Facebook that this is what they're doing now. They are doing this because they want to make a change and gain that experience as far as making a change in people's lives.
Yeah.
And I want to encourage each and every one of you. Make that change by the one or two that you reach. If each of us reach one person, people were worried about how many people are going to be in here. I don't care. Even if there were 4 people, then we still would have had a decision. Me, myself, my wife, and our sign agency, that's going to be a bad decision. But you just need to change one person. You just need to change that one seed.
Yeah.
And imagine if each of us change one seed, how far we can get with that. Imagine the number of people in the Manenberg People Center that was for the prices are reaching. I wish I could play a voice note for you what somebody said about this lady and what she did in Manenberg on her own.
That's it.
Just give a few seconds to the generator. The generator will kick in now. The online viewers, can you still see me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so they can still see us, so we will just continue. Just a few seconds, the lights will go on now. But all I'm encouraging you to do is go out there and assist ones or twos that you feel that you can assist. If each of us bring those beautiful stories, that will encourage that mother that is sitting in her house crying because the maintenance courts didn't do what they were supposed to do to assist her. If we start spreading these beautiful stories, then those mothers might feel that maybe there is something
Yeah,
that I can fight on for
yeah,
and not work for my child. If all of us start doing that, then hopefully we'll be able to change the whole system. The data projector will take a few minutes to go on. I just want to finish my talk. My wife last month spoke about when she did the presentation on 8-year-olds about forming alliances. As I said, in 2002, we had the Child Justice Alliance, and that alliance worked very well in order to get professors and everyone together in order then to present on what should happen to child justice in South Africa. And we managed to get to Parliament and make sure that Parliament listened to us. Every single day there was one of us, either myself, Professor Julia Sloth-Nielsen, Jackie Galanetti, Lucas Hunting, all of us were every single day in Parliament listening to the questions. What are the portfolio members asking us questions? Afternoon we go home, we prepare a document that we submit to those portfolio members to make sure that all their questions are answered every single day. Maintenance experts in the field should get together and form that alliance. And once the alliance is formed, of all these volunteers and people that have the know-how, the legal careers that know what's happening in Bellville, the Ronel Ras that knows what's happening in Bellville, the Natalie Ruiters that know what's happening in Wynberg. If all of us get together and tell that story and bring it together as a collective, take it to Parliament, that is how we're going to affect change. That's the only way we're going to affect change. If I want to complain, I can complain and read the Lamentations of Jeremiah over and over in the Bible. It's not going to take me anywhere. It's not going to take me anywhere. We need to somehow change our mindset and the way we do things. And once that is changed, then we're going to see the Maintenance Amendment Act come in operation in the way we want it to be. The last slide is my QR scanner. So those of you that I saw some of you taking pictures, please tell me if this thing is working, because I've worked hard to get this thing sorted out. I had to teach myself how this QR stuff works in order to see if it's working. So please give me some feedback if you use your QR scanner, if it scans, and if you have the full presentation available. If not, then please tell me offline. Thank you. It's working. Excellent. So I know the online people will not have it available now, but those that would like to get a copy of the presentations, I will make it available before the end of today. All of you will have a copy of it. And those that have managed to use the QR scanner, just forward it to your groups, and then they will also be able to have a copy of the presentation. Thank you so much for listening to me. I am going to ask you to keep your questions till later, so that we give other people to also get an opportunity. And shame the interpreters are getting tired of all of it, so let's give you also an opportunity. Apogile, do you also want to come and sign? Okay, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Deon Ruiters. I mean, I always say this every night. Maintenance is a giant, and it's going to take each and every one of us bringing our slings and stones and taking this giant one player at a time, one mother at a time, one child at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, we all have voices, and in this platform, we are empowered to use our voices. We are a solutions-based community. We're not waiting. We're We're not waiting for one day when things change. We are taking the little bit that we have in our hands today, and in our own communities, we are creating that. So what do you have in your hand today, sir, ma'am, that you can bring to this community to help us take down this giant? I see our next speaker is not in today. Apologies for that, but we actually have a special surprise. Since we're talking about healing today, the Lord, the same angel. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce Ms. Narisa Pandachi, who is a clinical psychologist. She's going to be talking to us today about an organization that she runs on assisted abuse survivors. So it is an absolute pleasure and honor to actually welcome you here, Ms. Narisa Pandachi. Let's give her a warm applause.
Good morning.
Good morning.
When they talk about what you have in hand, then they actually mean it literally. It's like you register, you arrive, and they're like, okay, will you also speak for us? So I arrived merely to hand out my pamphlets and to attend because I've been listening online with absolute fascination and awe every time. To lunchtime lectures and to this. And I just want to salute and deeply commend the people who are involved in this. Really, you deserve the round of applause. I wish that when my journey began some years ago, I knew of this platform. It would have saved many buckets of tears. Every time I stepped out of the maintenance court, I kid you not, I would step out and the tears would just flow. Now I'm grateful. It's one of the few things, and I'm also grateful to my ex-husband for my beautiful sons. But I'm also very grateful for the learning opportunity this has given me. As a clinical psychologist, I believe it's deep in my empathy, and as a lecturer, because I lecture in the Department of Psychology at Cornerstone. But we don't have enough time for me to take you down my journey, because it began many, many years ago in the late 1990s when my mother warned me about him. And I knew it all. Because I was a psychologist, right? And in the beginning, being a psychologist held me back from naming and claiming and shaming and all of these things that we need to do as activists. Because I thought, oh my God, as a psychologist, I must all the signs. I saw the red flags and I thought, hey, it's a carnival. It's a party when I saw the red flags, okay? Now I use that experience to empower others to say, it's okay. I am not perfect. You can come to me for healing, but I actually don't know the answers. We will journey together. So something that I've been very blessed to come across is an organization. It's a not-for-profit organization called Courage to Change. And it's for survivors of narcissistic abuse. It was started about 5 years ago by Penny. Penny is the founder and CEO. She is in Gauteng. And she started it just locally. It spread nationally. And today I'm very proud to stand here and say it is now international. We have people on the ground. That is well done. And with all the volunteers, these are some of the services that are provided. So like you have the maintenance support group on WhatsApp, It's a very busy group, I know. One of the few spams that I allow in my life. With the NASG, Narcissistic Abuse Support Group, we also have various options. So the link is on the maintenance support group as well. I've posted. You're welcome to speak to me during breaks or to give more information. There are pamphlets that I brought. Please do grab some. You're welcome to take it back to your courts with you as well, because we're wanting to grow towards empowering more people.
Yeah.
So we have the main group, but there's a whole list of other groups. So we find that there's some men and women, I might add. It's not only women who are abused by narcissists.
Yeah.
I have come across men as well. So I'm not here to bash men. Okay. But there are those still living with the narcissist. Then there are those people who need family support. So maybe the narcissist, and I know not relevant to maintenance, but it might be a mother or a father or brother, or even recently we had someone who has an 18-year-old son who is a narcissist, terrorizing poor mother. We have a legal discussion group where we try and help each other along, and on that group, in fact, is where I notified them about you. So you have more people join and vice versa. It's exciting, these alliances they form. We have another group called Moving On and Loving Life. So for those who have managed to reach that point of healing, where they can actually face the thought of, it's going to be a really happy day, full of joy. Okay? We have a night owls group, because like you have reminders on the maintenance support group. Some people love to chat at 11, 12 when they're lying in bed, ruminating about things. So we have a night owls group and a few others as well. So the main aim of this organization and of these groups is to provide support, education, a sense of community and resources for victims of narcissistic abuse.
Yeah.
And thus we can enable self-care. Yeah. So in Cape Town specifically, I co-facilitate the group with another psychologist. We do volunteer services. And so on the third Saturday, I'm so glad it doesn't clash with this. On the third Saturday of every month, we meet from 10:30 to 12:30. You're welcome to ask more for information. But throughout the month, there are groups run in all of South Africa. So we've got a group that's recently started in PE. In Gauteng, there are quite a few. There's something in Germiston, something in Bryanston, and a few other areas. In Durban. And we're hoping that it will spread even more because there is a need. So that's all I can share with you for today. I wanted to keep the focus on the organization because if I tell you my story, Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Madison. I know you almost did you. I'm sorry, but thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now have access. We have access to this practical support. We don't have to suffer in silence anymore. There is help. So we do have pamphlets here. So you are welcome to come and just grab a copy during our tea break or afterwards as well. So actually, it's the speaker that we've been waiting for all morning. So, thank you. Thank you for the work that you do. And thank you for actually coming today to bless us with your so beautiful outlines today. And Ms. Sue Klopper has 18 years of experience in counseling individuals around issues of trauma, depression, anxiety, addictions, families affected by addictions, codependency, relational difficulties, and people facing their life challenges. And today it is an absolute honor Welcome her. A very warm hand of applause, please, for Ms. Botha.
Gosh, I'm quite nervous after that introduction. So the topic that I'm addressing today is how to deal with trauma. This is a huge topic, and I cannot do justice to it in half an hour. And it's not, what I want to tell you today, it's not just about listening and understanding. To heal from trauma, you really have to feel it in your body and deal with it. And that I cannot do in a presentation. I hope to give you some guidance and some help along the way. So, there are hundreds of different approaches to dealing with trauma. And trauma alone is one buzzword. One people say PTSD, and there's a lot of information on trauma. And there's a lot of psychologists use a top-down approach, and that's talking approach. And more and more, people are using a somatically informed approach, and that's called the bottom-up approach. So I'm a psychologist, I'm just a counselor, and I'm a TRE practitioner. And in my practice, I try and use both approaches. So I use a somatic informed approach together with counseling. Trauma is not in your head, it's in your body. Anxiety is not in your head, it's in your body. Anxiety is an emotion. So you can't talk anxiety away. You can't talk trauma away. I want to explain to you the names of nervous, how it gets stuck in our body, trauma, and how we can start the healing process. Yeah, so I haven't got experience in making this call, but I can just imagine how some of you might be feeling when you go there. Do you feel anxious, stressed, that you can't sleep at night? And how do you feel when you're sitting in queue at the maintenance call? Is your heart racing? Your mind is swirling around? You feel sitting and planning maybe? What do you do when you shout and scream and change out of the maintenance officer will tell you? How do you feel when you realize that the environment is on the DNA tests? How are you feeling? That's humiliation, shame, helplessness, feeling abandoned by the system, let down my family, maybe let down my friends, feel betrayed. And then finally, when you go home, you spoke about crying, you just cry afterwards. What do you do when you go out in schools? You sit and cry in your room, so your children can't see. How do you deal with that? Do you pray? Do you seek counseling? Do you speak to a friend? All of us deal with trauma in different ways, but we have to deal with it. So if we don't deal with it, we lose the quest. So I want you to just imagine, someone shared this with me, and it really is powerful, having a ball in a pool, you know, a ball that you're pushing down, and that's the trauma. You're just pushing it down, pushing it down, pushing it down, and then you're treading water. And every now and again, you must be tired or emotionally depleted, and that ball just pops up and explodes. And then you gather all the pieces, and then you push it down some more, push it, push it, push it. You know? And that's what trauma does. It's a time of it to explode, and we need to deal with it in healthier ways. Okay, can we go to the next slide? One forward. Yeah. Cecil van der Kolk, I'm sure you've heard of him, he's written the book, The Body Keeps the Score. Yeah? You got that book? Yes.
Yes.
He describes trauma as not the story of something that happened back then, but the current imprint of that pain, horror, and fear living inside the individual. And many people, they describe trauma to me what happened to them in the past. But then the worst thing for them about it is the disconnect afterwards. Like, my mother didn't believe me. They did nothing to help me. And that is the trauma, really, is the disconnect afterwards. And they can't stay inside of you. So we have what we call big T's and small T's. Big trauma is significant events in life that impact on you. And I don't want to trigger people and say what those events could be, childhood events, abuse, etc., etc. And then we have the small T's, which many of us don't recognize as trauma. And they are little things that one hits one on its own, it's not such a big deal. But because it's repeated all the time, it becomes trauma in your body. And that is, for a child, not being seen, not being heard, not having appropriate touch, being denied their emotions, emotional abandonment. So trauma then is like too little for too long, or too much for too long. And that all has an accumulated effect on us. And as I just want to mention here, chronic stress that's not dealt with has the same impact on our bodies as trauma. Okay, now put that in the slide. So I wanted just to show you this. When we're calm and we're in a good space, we feel connected, we feel loving, we feel creative, we feel curious, we're in the green zone. Okay? And then we might get triggered. And we'll go up into fight or flight, which will be all the and if we cannot come down again, and the stress is overwhelming for us, we go into freeze. And there's many of us, I'm sure, even in this room, or people listening, that live in fight or flight all the time, or they just in freeze. You know, you can have someone sitting next to you that's in flight, so to speak, and they're switched off, or they freeze even. And they might be going about their duties. They feel disconnected, they feel bad, they feel depressed, just hopeless, and shut down, really. So I've said there, what goes up must come down. And if our body don't complete the cycle, that's when we get stuck in trauma. And I want to just share a made-up story with you that I thought about this morning. Just to give you an example. So it's made up, okay? So yesterday, just imagine I was walking in the field and I was just going for a little stroll and I was enjoying the signs, see the sun shining through the leaves, daffodils. I saw the grass and the flowers next to me, enjoyed the smell, and it just like rain, and the lovely smell of nature. And the sound of the birds. And I was walking along, and after a while I looked down, and I got the fright of my life, because this is true, I'm very, very scared of snakes. It's not worse here. I saw what I thought was a snake rearing up at me, right in front of me. Immediately, I just froze, because I realized I couldn't find the stick. I didn't have the stick with me in my hand. I instinctively knew there was no other way because it would attack me. So I froze. And my eyes became focused on the snake. I held my breath. I started getting cold in my extremities. I felt my whole body tense up. And I could all the sounds and the sights and everything around me was just gone. I only had eyes for the snake. And after a while I looked again and I thought, oh, it's only a stick. So I just trembled slightly, my body started shivering, I trembled a little bit. I started breathing again, then I blew, had 1 or 2 deep breaths, and my body started relaxing a bit, and I walked away. After a few minutes, I started enjoying peaceful nature again. I was more alert, and I was calm. And that's the normal process which we need to do to complete the cycle. Up and down. Maybe you understand. Okay, before we talk about that, for many people, there is no looking over some snake. You know, people who are living in a toxic environment or who have constant abuse or things going on, they don't have the opportunity or the skills to come down again, and they live in that state of fight or flight or freeze. Now, each of us have a window of tolerance. Okay. No, before we get to that, okay, I want you just to look, sorry, I'm a bit nervous here. Just look at this slide, okay. My colleague Ingrid Regan has put it together and allowed me permission to use it. It's a nice diagram of our nervous system actually. So when we breathe, we say sound, okay, so we relaxed, we focused, we connected, we joyful, all those things there. And then as we get triggered, we can go into fight or flight. And it's like the chart I showed you before, we go into overdrive. And I just want all of you just to take a minute. I'm not going to ask any hands up or ask any questions. But just take a minute and look at that chart, and as you're sitting here today, just focus on your body. And look and see on the left, what number are you? Often when I ask this to clients, they immediately identify what number they are. There's some people that could even be an 8 or 9 today, sitting there. Okay, have you all identified that number? Okay. So for me, coming in this morning, I felt calm, I felt ready to talk. I had my coffee, I had my hot cross bun, and then it was time to leave, I couldn't find my car keys. And that's when I felt my nervous system started to activate. And I felt my stomach starting to tense up, my heart rate went up, and maybe I went into the number 4 or 5 even. And then after 10 minutes, I found my keys, and I got into my car and settled down again. Okay, go on to the next slide. So each one of us has a window of tolerance that we operate in. And if you are mostly living in the green zone, as I call it, you've got quite a nice wide window of tolerance. The nervous system gets activated, you come down, activated, you come down, you can deal with stress, and you can deal with stressful situations without going into fight or flight or people who are traumatized have a narrow window of tolerance. That means they easily get triggered. So coming to the major thoughts, it's terrifying and frightening, and little things trigger, different things trigger different people. One girl said to me, I read it somewhere. She said that someone said to her, a man came to her to be beautiful, and she got so triggered. She went into complete freeze because that triggered her. So you don't know what triggers people. And it's it's not that you're too emotional. It's not that you're hysterical. It's not that you take this too personally. There's nothing wrong with you. It's that you're traumatized, and because of that, you've got a window of tolerance. So, healing is all about really increasing that window of tolerance. And how do we do that? So, regulation. How do we regulate ourselves? You know, when an infant is born, they don't know how to regulate themselves, do they? So the infant maybe is distressed because she's wet or hungry or cold or hot or whatever, and the mother soothes that child that is distressed. She holds the child, gives a loving gaze, gentle touch, soothing soft voice, and that regulates. It's the mother's nervous system actually regulating the infant's nervous system. And as the child gets older, that's how a child learns to self-regulate. And eventually learns to self-regulate itself as they grow. But many of us also haven't really had that, because if a mother is so dysregulated herself, because she's traumatized, how can she adequately regulate her baby? There's already a deficit there. Some unhealthy ways of self-regulating which we all do to a greater or lesser degree, is numbing out. Drugs, alcohol is one way of regulating. Distraction. You scroll through your social media for hours and hours, on Facebook, trying to distract yourself from yourself. Or then controlling behavior, feeling obsessively, controlling your environment, controlling things in order to make you feel safe. Another one is pleasing, people pleaser. You're not allowed helping everyone. And we need to help people, there's nothing wrong with that, but when the focus is not on you, but it's just on helping others to distract you, then there's a problem. Or excessive analyzing and worrying about things. So these behaviors that I mentioned now don't really regulate you, because the nervous system is still out of kilter. Okay? So how do we, this is the key, how do we regulate ourselves? Have you noticed, I've often noticed this when I'm driving around, not around, I see an accident on the side of the road that's just happened. And the person gets out of the car, and the first thing they do, they're on their phone, talking. Have you noticed that? Well, who do you think they're running? I'm sure it's not the police, it's not the insurance, it's not whoever else, it's not the tow truck driver. They phone the closest person to them, a loved one. I was driving once, and there was a car in front of me that just suddenly was raining. It was at the time it was going in the road like that. And I immediately stopped my car, and this woman jumped out the passenger side and just ran across the road. Luckily, she didn't get knocked over. And I opened my car door, and she came in, and she was very traumatized. And she said to me, I need to find my daughter, I need to find my daughter, So I said, okay, where's my daughter's in New Zealand, you know? And it was amazing. She wanted to know that her daughter was safe. So the first thing that we need to do is co-regulate. And when we're dealing with trauma and in that situation, as you come out to make this back at home, what can you do? Is there someone that you can call to talk to? A counselor, a coach, a mentor, or a dear friend, parent? Is there someone that you can talk to? And you know, it's not even talking about what happened, it's just connecting with that person. Then there's also some activity techniques that you can use. And these you can't just read about and do. There's a lot of it online, actually on YouTube. A lot of people offer, they show you how to breathe and how to regulate yourself. If you go to the next slide, please. Okay, the intention of self-regulation is to create safety in the body from the outset. If you pay attention to the early signs of discomfort and self-regulate by following the appropriate steps, the body begins to relax and trust the process. This enables the body to release less resistance and greater ease, thereby supporting the body to integrate the experience. So it's about really sitting down and grounding yourself. It's a grounding exercise. So maybe you can just sit as you're sitting down and feeling, sit comfortably. Okay. Feel the chair under your bottom. Feel your feet on the ground. And it's about taking your anxiety out of your mind and focusing on your body. And then draw your attention to your body. What is happening inside my body? What am I feeling? Am I feeling my heart racing? Where do you feel tension in your body? What am I thinking? Is this helpful right now? What do I need? What does my body need right now? How can I encourage myself? What is the most helpful nurturing choice for me? And who can I contact? Is there anyone that I can talk to now? This is like a really, if you open your eyes now, this is like a really basic, and I've got it really quickly. Obviously, if I'm doing with someone, I'm going to go a lot slower. Slow the process down. And another one is breathing. Okay. So when you breathe in, you activate your sympathetic nervous system. So the long breath in, short breath out, that activates your sympathetic nervous system. If you want to become calm, you take a quick breath in, hold it, and a slow breath out. So let's do that. I'm going to count. Breathe in to a count of 4. Then you hold the breath for a count of 4. And then you exhale slowly to a count of 8. Okay, I'm going to count 4. Breathe in, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Exhale slowly, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Breathe in, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Breathe in, 2, 3, 4. Hold your breath, 2, 3, 4. Breathe out slowly, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you for doing that. Wow, I'm impressed. I was told that that's something I don't participate, but you all did. So you do that a few times, and you should try to calm the nervous system. Okay. I want you. I'm speaking really to mothers, but I want to also quickly speak to people who are dealing with disrespect in the maintenance courts, your advocates, your court people that you know, going to deal with. Sometimes they're so busy doing their jobs, their awesome jobs, and they've got such a high stress load and workload that they're going to get through, and they're so busy. Sometimes we don't realize there's a traumatized person in front of us who's maybe terrified, or who's maybe in fight or flight, and who's there by sheer, I don't know, willpower. What can we do to help those people? And I've just got 5, so I need to stand this, I've got 5, yeah, voice is so important. Speak slowly, not too slowly, but speak clearly. Speak with a slightly higher voice, gently. Posture, what is your posture like? Are you all authority and busy and scrunching up? Just be open. You know, have an open face. Smile. Oh my gosh, some people don't know how to smile. You know, smile can go such a long way. Please look at someone and you connect with your eyes and you're just smiling. That smile alone and the look and the gaze could be reminding of the mother's gaze long ago. It just settles, it can settle a person. Make eye contact and gesture. Okay? I'm not going to a lot of gestures with a touch, a broken touch, but that might be triggering for some clients, so I wouldn't recommend that. Maybe a handshake. Or if you feel that you can ask permission, just a touch of the arm. Okay, so can we go to the next slide? The one after? Let's go on this slide. Okay, so one thing that I do is it's called TRE, it's trauma release exercise. And I know at least one person in the room who's done it with me. Okay, so TRE is a lot of talk therapy. It's just somatic work. And so for those of you who are scared of talking, because sometimes talking can really traumatize you.
Yeah.
And sometimes talking is not necessary.
Yeah.
You don't have to talk about your trauma.
Yeah.
And you first do somatic work. And once that trauma is released, then you can even talk about it. It becomes easier and you won't get into a panic and fight or flight after you feel that. So TRE, which stands for Trauma and Tension Release Exercise, is an innovative series of exercises that assist the body in releasing deep muscular patterns of stress, tension, and trauma. The exercises safely activate a natural reflex mechanism of shaking or vibrating that releases muscular tension, calming down the nervous system. When this muscular shaking mechanism is activated in a safe and controlled environment, the body is encouraged to return back to a state of balance. So there's 6 exercises, and anyone can do it. I've done it with a 7-year-old. I've done it with my mother, who's 88 now. I think she's 83 when I did it before. So the exercises are easy. It's just to activate certain muscles. And then typically, we'll usually do it lying on the ground, on the mat, with your knees up, and your body will start shaking and releasing stress. It's deeply, deeply calming. It releases stuff. Sometimes emotion comes up, sometimes memory comes up. And it's very safe, it's very gentle. And you learn, first of all, how to stop the shaking. So although it's a neurogenic tremor, which is kind of out of your control, it's a natural thing, you can control it and you can stop it. As I described in my made-up story about the snake, I said I was shaking a little bit after the experience. That's what happens when an animal gets frightened, or they make as if they do and they are able to escape. You will see or a little bird hits the window and falls down, and they just lie still for a few seconds. They get up and they flutter around and shake a bit, the animal shakes, and then they immediately calm again. They're alert, danger, but they're in a calm state. And the next day, the animal might go to the same place because it's calm again. So that's really what I want to do, accept that we're in a safe environment, in a safe place with me or with someone else who's doing it. And I want to also say that since COVID, I've been doing TRE online. And my first client, I said to her, this is really big, you see it works. You know, it was online, she was in Vietnam. And it was amazing that, you know, I watched her and I talked her through all the time I was there. And so it's not me doing anything, touching or doing anything, it's the body releasing on its own. And it also works online. I prefer doing it in person, but it also works online. So, what can somatics show? These are some of the things that somatics can show. And again, I've just very, very briefly just done a breathing exercise quickly, which also should be slower, and a grounding exercise. There are so many more techniques that you can use for grounding and also for regulating the body, which I can't go into now. But the freeze response, somatics can pull out that freeze response. It can process fight and flight. It can discharge tension and stress, resolve trauma patterns, and regulate the vagus nerve. The vagus nerve is our main nerve that runs from our brain to our viscera and into our heart. And they say that 80% of the information going to our brain comes from the gut to our brain, and 20% only comes from the brain to the gut. So that's how important that vagus nerve in our body. Can start the response, build body muscle safety, nerve safe connection, build inner resilience, and that's also really expanding our window of tolerance to make it more resilient. Because stresses will always be there, and it's a way of dealing with the stress better. So increase the window of tolerance, and those are the issues that can relieve depression and despair, relieve anxiety, overcome fears, process grief and loss, relieve chronic stress symptoms, addiction recovery, eating disorders, narcissist recovery, build confidence, worthiness, and build healthy relationships. I've had a few clients who have suffered with panic attacks, and after the one particular person I'm looking on, after one session of TRE, she never ever had an panic attack. After 2 or 3 sessions, you can panic attacks go. Because what happens with TRE is that it takes you into a calm space which lasts for a few days, and then you do it again. So ideally, you do 6 sessions with someone. But the beauty of it is you don't have to pay a lot of money, it's not expensive because you can learn the exercises yourself. And you can do it in your own home after you've learned how to do it, and how to stop the process and how to regulate yourself. And yes, while I'm talking about that, I want to offer 6 free sessions. I'm certified to see individuals and groups, so I would like to offer group sessions free of charge for 6 weeks. For those who are interested, we don't have a venue yet, but we're looking at a venue according to how many people, and it will be streamed. I can't just take maybe some people that I can't take, but you can certainly apply, and I'll send you a form, and there'll be a screen post. All right. Have I left you anything now? I hope this has given you a bit of a start to even just understanding where you are in your nervous system and how important it is to self-regulate. So I want to say to you, if you have it, in other words, if you are regulated, lend your nervous system to someone else. Give it. If you haven't got it, seek it. Okay. Let's end. I would like to, because you've been so wonderful and doing the exercise. Can we do one more?
Yes.
Okay. You can either stand or sit. If it's more comfortable. So put your one hand on your heart and your other hand here behind your leg. Okay. Just try and talk with everyone in the room, and I'm not looking at your eyes, I'm just closing my eyes. Just be aware of the seat that you're sitting on. And I want you to just focus on your body. And I need you to say at the beginning, if this is activating, sometimes it's sort of activating people, then just feel free not to do it. Okay? But I want you to feel what's going on inside of you. You're not trying to fix anything, change anything. You're just observing. So as you inhale, you're just rising. When you exhale, you feel the chest going down. And as your heart beating, you feel the sensations going up. Maybe an emotion coming up. And again, if you want to stop, you stop. Focus your attention on your body. And while you do that, keep also be aware that you're safe. You're seated, you're held up on the chair, you're held up on the ground, you're firmly on the ground. And focusing on your breath. And if there's a sensation coming up, it's not too uncomfortable, just focus on that. Don't attach your emotion to it, focus on the actual sensation. And see the sheets. And sometimes it just goes away slowly. And slowly open your eyes. Look very soft. Look around you. In the room. Let's go back. Can we just go back to that chart where it shows the distributed system? There we go. You look at that chart here. Have you come down a bit on the exercise? Not sure where you have. How do you have? I hope that you has helped. Give you some information. And I look forward to come back again one day.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for also offering this session. We really appreciate it. Maybe I think Deon Ruiters will be so kind to organize this again so that we can host this session. That's amazing. And if anyone would like to contact Stu for online counseling sessions, she's available on 083 462 7953, 083 462 7953. And again, thank you so much for joining us now. But I think this break will be back after 11. I'm just going to thank the online viewers as well for joining us. We'll be back at 11:30. A reminder, free 10 coffee biscuits available just outside the auditorium. And if you want purchase information on the cafeteria, please ensure lunch orders in as well. And yeah, let's support and share education as well. Thank you very much. See you in half a minute.
What is the password?
active in the fight against human trafficking. Okay, but before I start it's not a talk, my discussion today, I just feel I'd like to share my own testimony. So, Sue gave a talk on trauma and deep-seated trauma. I met Sue about 18 years ago. And when I met Sue, I must be quite honest, I was in the blue section. I was on shutdown, standstill mode. Okay. I was a single mom. I was at university. I was working 2 jobs. And I didn't have financial support from the father of my daughter. And so I was in that stage. I was trapped. I felt helpless. I felt shame. I felt shut down. And I felt withdrawn. And I met Susie, and we became friends. And I'm so glad that we became friends because I became her guinea pig in so many ways. You know, she spoke about one of the ways that you can self-regulate is have someone to call. And Sue said to me, I'll be that person for you. And believe me, she was that person. I could phone at any time of the day, like any time of the day. And Nikki was that person as well. I had 2 persons, actually 3 in Ma. So I had 3 Ma's. My mom had passed away, but God had given me 3 moms. So it was Sue, Nikki, and Thai. She's not here today, I call her Ma. But Sue was the person I could phone. And I'll give you an example. I found out, at the age of 20, I found out that my dad wasn't my biological dad. And so I wanted to meet my biological dad, and I never got to meet him. And I was able to save up money when I started working, and I decided this is my opportunity to go meet my biological dad. And so I made a phone call that day to Harare. He worked and lived in Harare. And they said, oh no, he's passed away. And so that shattered me because any hopes of understanding some part of my heritage and my identity was taken away from me. I will never, ever get to see that part, like reconcile that part of me. And I remember sitting in my office feeling so shattered and just crying and feeling so helpless. And I went home, couldn't really share with anyone because people like get on with life. And like Sue said, trauma is not in your head, you feel it. And so I was I felt a lot of things that day. So I phoned Sue 8:20 in the evening and I said, Sue, I found out that my biological father has passed away. And she says, oh, Natalie, do you want me to come over? And she came over. So she was my go-to person that I could phone. And thank you for that, Susie. She then became a TRE practitioner, I would imagine in 2010, 11, 12, somewhere there. And she said to me, can you be my guinea pig? And I was like, okay, what does it entail? And she goes, you're going to be shaking. And I was like, I'm not sure I can do that because I'm very OCD and trying to because of trauma, I try to keep my area in control. And just to give you a bit of context, I had ME. So ME is myalgic encephalitis. It affected my muscles and my nervous system. I was very sick, very, very sick for a long time. I couldn't even walk around the block. And because I had low muscle tone in my muscles, I had to work with a physio twice a week. So I'd go to my physio on a Tuesday and on a Thursday after work for 20 minutes at a time to help with my muscle tone. And so Sue said, sorry, I'm taking too long on my testimony, but I feel I really want to encourage those 6 spots to be taken. And so I would go to my physio twice a week on a Tuesday and a Thursday for 20 minutes. And then Sue said, let's do the TRE. So we did a couple of sessions. We did the 6 sessions. And what was incredible was those 20 minutes with my physio became an hour in 3 months. So within a space of 3 months of doing TRE with Sue, I was able to, my muscle tone had improved because the trauma had, I don't want to say dissipated, but had subsided. And my body wasn't carrying so much trauma that I was able to now go to physio for an hour, and I started doing Pilates for an hour twice a week. And that was something my body could never have done because of the amount of trauma that I was carrying. I also had endometriosis, and I was told I needed an op for that. And that was one of the benefits of TRE. I started, because I used to be in pain for literally almost 22 days of the month, I would be in pain, chronic pain from the endometriosis. And with TRE, within 3 weeks or 2 weeks, I started feeling more days that I had less pain. So I really just wanted to share the story of the benefits of TRE because it's changed my life around. I now hike. I do a 7 to 10K hike where I could never walk around the block. And TRE was one of those therapies. I've done a lot of therapies, but TRE was one of those therapies that helped me release the amount of trauma that I was carrying as an individual. And what I can say is, I don't know if some of you know, but I went to Wynberg Court around about the time I met Sue. My daughter was about 8 months old, to apply for child maintenance. That court failed me 3 times. When my daughter was 8 months, I walked out that court and I said, I will never set foot in this court. And I never did. But you know what? Today I'm doing mediations in the domestic violence court and in the children's court. And to be able to do mediations in these kind of spaces, you have to have a good sense of your own inner space. You've got to be able to self-regulate, to hold the room for people with so much trauma. And so I'm speaking to the mediators, the prosecutors, the people, the people that work, like the social workers. It's really important that you have a good inner self of who you are to be able to hold that space, to heal and to hold that space for people in so much pain. And so I still do a lot of TRE. When I get on the floor and I start tremoring, my dog thinks it's time to play. And I'm like, no, mom is self-regulating. So that's the beauty of that therapy is once you've done it and you've done your 6 weeks with Sue and any TRE practitioner, it's a tool you will have for life. Yeah. So like literally 10 or 11 years later, I still use it just to help release my trauma. So today I can say when I got here, I was 5, but after the exercises, I would say that I'm a 3 now, maybe going to 4 because I'm about to talk about Locus Standi, but I would comfortably say that right now I'm feeling like I'm in the green zone. But that's because of years and years and years of working through my own inner stuff, my own trauma, and TRE was one of those things. So for those moms online and the people in the room, please grab those 6 spots. And for those that have to pay for it, it's worth the investment. I cannot emphasize that anymore. Yeah, that wasn't part of my talk. I just felt I wanted to stand up and share that part of my story. Okay. So today, I had a slideshow, but I don't feel I want to actually use the slideshow today. It is in your handouts. You can download it on the website. But I really felt I want to have a discussion around what is Locus Standi that was spoken about in chapter 5 of paper 157. Now, I think Deon made mention of paper 157. It was a paper that was released by the SA Law Commission last year, May. And what they did was, it was a discussion paper to invite civil society to engage in the discussion around their recommendations of a new proposed Maintenance Act or an amended Maintenance Act. And I'm quite glad that the SA Law Commission decided to talk about Locus Standi or to discuss it. Because in my humble opinion as a mediator, I have seen how the current definition of Locus Standi in the current Maintenance Act has failed certain groups of children because their caregivers were not able to apply for maintenance based on their status of Locus Standi. So just to bring it into context for those in the room, for the moms, for the mediators, Locus Standi means the right to apply for maintenance on behalf of your dependent child in the court against another parent who has a duty to support that child. And so we know that the current Maintenance Act stipulates that currently the only people that have Locus Standi to apply for maintenance has been the custodian parent, which we know is often the mother, to apply for maintenance. So the SA Law Commission paper also agreed, and they saw different groups of children that were left out, and their parent or the caregivers were not able to apply for maintenance. And so they went into a discussion. They've come up with a wonderful recommendation, which I am for, and I really am for it, and I like it. And I think I want to have a discussion around it, to really talk about it for what it means to me as a mediator and to the moms in the courts. Because it's one thing to have recommendations, and it's another thing to know, will those recommendations actually work? And I think when the core team of the NPA Dialogues last year began unpacking the paper 157, I think their heartbeat was to call people and say, come, let's discuss, let's analyze, let's understand paper 157. Let's see what's not going to work in terms of the recommendations. Let's begin our submissions. Let's give solutions to how we think the new Maintenance Act can work, one, for the professionals who work in that space, so the maintenance officers, the prosecutors, the investigators, the lawyers, the attorneys, the mediators, but also how can it work for the mothers and the beneficiary, the children that are meant to receive this maintenance. And so that's why we're unpacking paper 157. And I think last year, when we discussed it, we had an opportunity to do our submissions, and I know many of us in the room and online did a submission to the SA Law Commission around paper 157. And then there was a public discussion. Was it a public discussion that we were invited to around paper 157? What was really disheartening was that it happened on three days. What was disheartening to see was that it was the same faces on all 3 days. And it was, if I'm not mistaken, about 40 to 50 people on the panel, in the discussion with the panel. Now, folks, there's something wrong with that number in itself. Yeah. There are thousands and hundreds of thousands of people complaining about maintenance not being paid, the act not being applied correctly. We're complaining, but we are allowing 40 people plus a panel to make the next amendment for us in what the maintenance act should look like. So I know that I certainly feel compelled. I know Bongi's always saying from day one, she says, we're the problem solvers. Where are the problem solvers? And the truth of the matter is, each and every one in this room is a problem. We are the problem solvers. We have the solutions to the problems we see in the maintenance courts. And one of the ways we can do this is through, one, advocacy, so really unpacking and helping you understand what paper 157 entails and what they propose the new Maintenance Act to be. And I can be held to correction, but this is my little opinion, observation. The more I study paper 157, I almost want to say this is our trial run. Because I know the Maintenance Act. I'm looking at the amendments to the proposed amendments to the recommended amendments to the Maintenance Act. And I'm working in this space. And it's through the working and through the mothers sitting in those, coming into the courts and going through your own application and understanding what is Locus Standi, is it the proposed way, will it work for me? Will it work for my child? Will it work for the children I'm looking after? Will mediation? Will a prosecutor, one of the proposed things is that a prosecutor, maintenance officer would mediate maintenance cases. I spoke to someone very recently who tells me that there was a mediation between an attorney of the respondent and a senior prosecutor in a court. And I had to disagree with them, and I said, that's not mediation. Because the applicant was not heard by the attorney. He had to act in the best interest of his client, so he could not mediate this situation. And I said, you, with all due respect, as a senior prosecutor, you cannot mediate the case, because if this mediation fails, you still have to go ahead with prosecution. So for me, that's why I felt I wanted to stay away from my slides. I wanted to give you real life examples of how when we read, and I encourage everybody in the room, online, download paper 157. Ask us for copies, we'll give it to you, we'll email it to you. Download it, understand it, begin to ask the questions. So when I was talking to this attorney and senior prosecutor, I realized then and there, I always knew they could never be mediators. But it was even more evident when I had the conversation with them that they can never mediate maintenance cases for that very reason. So now just to give you a bit of context of Chapter 5, like I said, we know that our current Maintenance Act says that mothers or the custodian parent, which is usually mothers, have the right to apply for maintenance on behalf of their children. And paper 157, chapter 5, for those of you who've read it, it's probably the shortest chapter in the whole paper. And in my humble opinion again, I feel like they could have covered more or given more evidence, case law, reasons why the proposed recommendation should be what they're saying it should be. And I'd like to give maybe 3 stories just to illustrate what I'm saying. So about a year ago, 2 years ago, there was a mom who tragically passed away. She was a single mom. And she tragically passed away. And so as we know that her mother, who is the grandmother of her child, naturally became the new guardian, or the new caregiver, let's put it that way. And so when grandmother went to the court to try and apply for maintenance for her grandson, the court said, no, you don't have the right, Locus Standi, to apply for maintenance on behalf of your grandson. And what was even more tragic was she was told when he turns 18, he can come and apply for maintenance. And so that leaves me thinking, what were they expecting this child to live on? What was he going to eat? How were his school fees going to be paid? But there is a father who's financially responsible for this child. But grandmother could not apply because she was not the guardian. We all know that guardianship could only be done in the High Court. So this grandmother, who's already struggling to look after her grandson, could not afford an advocate to go to the High Court and try and get guardianship. There's another story, also in the West Coast, up the West Coast, of a granny who couldn't get guardianship over her grandchildren, also because her daughter had passed away and now she's left with the children. And this poor granny was told, she was a pensioner, and she was told, you need to go to the High Court in Cape Town to apply for guardianship for your grandchildren before you can apply for maintenance. This poor granny, she was just like, I don't have any money. I can't even feed these kids. How do I get to Cape Town? How do I even begin to get to the High Court? It's inaccessible for many of us. For me, it's inaccessible. And what more of this granny? But the good news is, this year on the 5th of January 2023, the Children's Act was amended to say that guardianship can now be done in the Children's Court. So we will not be having the problems where, a daughter dies or, the mother dies and then granny has to look after the grandchildren. Or even we look at our societies, there's a lot of child-headed households. They never had Locus Standi, and they still don't have Locus Standi to apply for maintenance for their siblings if the mother passes away. And that's an area, a group of children that I mentioned have been left out in terms of their caregivers didn't have the right to ask for maintenance in the courts. And then the last story I want to share is I recently did a case with a young adult, and this young adult sadly had to apply for maintenance from her dad at the age of 17. And what her parents were going through a divorce. And the court said, she's going to be 18 in 2 weeks' time. So she needs to start applying for maintenance now because she'll be 18, she's an adult, she can do it herself. So she started the process at the age of 17. And when I heard that story, my heart broke. My heart I remember crying. I try not to cry in front of my clients. But I remember crying hearing that at 17, the day before her matric biology exam, she faced her dad in court. This is why we need to understand paper 157. We need to bring these stories to the fore. We need to find solutions so that we're not having repeat cases of this. We're not having a 17-year-old or someone writing matric having to face their parent in court asking for maintenance. No. And paper 157, as they came up with a recommendation, they looked at a lot of sources. And one of the sources was some of Professor Linky de Jong's work. And a lot of her work around this topic of adult-dependent children, a lot of her work around this topic. She's of the opinion, and she really jumps off or springs off the framework of Section 6 of the Divorce Act. And she says something to the effect that as far as possible, children need to be, even if they're adult children, they need to be kept out of the divorce proceedings and the adversarial court arena when parents are getting divorced. Because often it creates a tension between the child applying for maintenance and the parent that the child's asking for maintenance from. And so the relationship is damaged. And she says we need to preserve those relationships. So again, I remind you of the story of the 17-year-old child that had to ask for maintenance from her dad. You can imagine the relationship is strained. It's broken down, it's estranged. There's almost, it's a mess. And that's what Professor Linky de Jong was saying. We need to keep children out of the space. And that's why I felt like I was not going to use my slides. I felt like I'd give my experience, and try and say, knowing what I know in paper 157, the recommendations, try and understand how practical will the new recommendations be going forward. And I think Deon touched on it, that later this year, or next year, when it becomes a bill in Parliament, we as civil society will have another opportunity to comment or to give in our submissions. And that's where we are the solution makers. So this is where we start unpacking paper 157, understanding it, critically analyzing, will this new recommendation work for this particular area in the maintenance court or application or in arrears? Will these recommendations actually work in that context? And that's why I said this is our trial run. So I began writing my submission, which is many, many, many pages. After every mediation that I do, every maintenance mediation that I do, I make notes. And I go to my paper 157, I see if there's a recommendation there, I look at the current Maintenance Act, and I try and reconcile or come up with new ideas and begin to pen that down so that when we can do a submission, I will submit. We also want to mobilize civil society, that's everybody in the room and online, So that collectively we will have one voice in Parliament lobbying for Locus Standi mediation. And personally, I cannot understand the whole of paper 157, but there are areas of paper 157 that I'm really passionate about. And those are the areas that I'm going to write my submission on.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we look at chapter 5, besides looking at Linky de Jong and her work and her understanding and her interpretation around the proposed Locus Standi, they also looked at case law. And they used 5 case law. They used Bursey versus Bursey and Kemp versus Kemp. For those that had listened to a talk that I did last year, last year, we know that this case law says that mothers did have the right to apply for maintenance on behalf of their adult children. They also mentioned Smith versus Smith and Butcher versus Butcher. And we know from the talk that I did that mothers were told they did not have Locus Standi to apply for maintenance on behalf of their adult children. And so these children had to go to court and apply for maintenance from their parent on their own. And this caused a lot of emotional stress and trauma on these young adults. So they recognized that we can use case law, or not we, the courts can use case law to determine certain judgments when they come to young adult children. But there's a lot of inconsistencies. There's a lot of discrepancies. And I wrote an article called Upon Maintenance on behalf of the adult children. It was first published by DeRabus on the 1st of February, 2023. So please do look it up on their website. They were very kind enough to say that I can print copies for you. So those in the room that would like a copy, please just ask me for a copy, or I'll email you the link to find it on the DeRabus website. But for those who haven't read this article, please do read it, because it will give you context into what I'm saying when I say case law can be interpreted or misinterpreted when they're doing judgment. And therefore, we're not having consistent rulings when it comes, or judgments when it comes to young adult children. So they spoke about case law. And another source that they looked at was the Namibian model. So they looked at the Namibian model, they looked at the Maintenance Act, and the Maintenance Act in Namibia seems to be one of the most regulated ones. And so when they looked at what who Locus Standi is in the Namibian model, they found that Locus Standi was a wide scope. So it would mean for them, Locus Standi, the people who are allowed to apply for maintenance, was mother, father, aunt, uncle, grandpa, social worker, religious leader, so they scope and they interpret the definition of Locus Standi was quite wide. And so based on all of that, they decided they were going to come up with this recommendation, one that I'm in favor of, and I'd like to read it for you. So the proposed definition for Locus Standi would be that the applicant or the complainant means a beneficiary. So a beneficiary would mean a child. Again, giving you an example, in our child-headed households, the beneficiary, these children, can go and apply for maintenance on their own behalf. Our young adult children, should they wish to go and ask for maintenance on their own behalf, they're welcome to do that. B, a parent or another legal or primary caregiver of a beneficiary. So here it would be like the aunt, the uncle, the grandmother, whoever has a vested interest in the child would be allowed to go and apply for maintenance on behalf of the beneficiary. Or any other person who has an interest in the well-being of the beneficiary, including but not limited to a relative, a social worker, a healthcare provider, a teacher, a traditional leader, a religious leader, an employer. And I think the new recommended definition of Locus Standi in our new amended Maintenance Act encapsulates all groups of children and their caregiver to be able to apply for maintenance and to have financial support from the parent that has a financial duty. I think I've covered everything, have I? Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Natalie Ruiters, just for sharing your powerful testimony and encouraging us to really invest in the healing and also for enlightening us on Locus Standi. We really appreciate it. And again, this is a call to everyone. We are no longer just going to be, observers in this fight. This is an opportunity for us to fully participate in the change that we want to see. So I believe there's definitely more awareness that needs to be raised on this paper 157. Just before I introduce my next speaker, I thought let me just after what Natalie was chatting about, and obviously she's a mediator, and I'm just thinking about how do we also raise more awareness in South Africa for mothers to know that mediation is an option. Yes, there's obviously costs involved, but honestly, it is still better than other options that are available out there. It's a quicker process. It will accelerate your maintenance journey. It can't be ongoing. There's only 1 month. You have 1 month to wrap up the process. So mothers here and those who are watching online, don't limit yourself. Don't close the door. Inquire, send inquiries out there. See what is available for you. Even though there's costs involved, do not limit yourself. You never know. You never know. But don't limit yourself. Still send out inquiries and see what you can do, because it's an option for us. I didn't know. I was like, mediation, not for me. You'll never know. Inquire, talk to the mediators, see how they can help you. It's an option for us. And our next speaker is our very own private investigator, Ms. Ronel Ras, and she will talk to us about what to expect when you go to the maintenance course for the first time. Ms. Ronel Ras, we are all listening. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. And to the online listeners, good afternoon as well. I was informed by the MC that I'm not allowed to make acknowledgements because she needs to do it at the end. But I do like to thank some people just before I start. I'll be very brief. First of all, thank you to all the volunteers assisting in the background. Some of them are not even present, but there is work going at the background. And, it's their time that they give up in order for women to empower themselves, and as Advocate Ruiters correctly stated, if you don't know your rights, how will you be able to exercise those rights? Thank you to Meryl for the brilliant, this is excellent. Thank you so much for this. It's so pretty. I think that's what caught my eye. It's very pretty. I really appreciate this. Thank you to Teresa and Nikki for the coffee and tea and biscuits. I didn't have breakfast, so that was lovely. Thank you so much. Thank you to the speakers. Thank you to Advocate Ruiters and to the NPA for actually providing the facilities. And then thank you for Advocate Ruiters, for colleagues of his, social workers, perhaps maintenance officers, prosecutors, etc. And then thank you to you, actually giving up your time on a Saturday, when it's raining outside, when everyone wants to be in bed with Netflix, perhaps. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you to, if I'm incorrect, sorry, Mr. Alberts, I think. Yes, from Atlantis, for driving out all the way. Every dialogue is here. And I must say thank you for the Department of Justice for providing the sign language interpreter. This is excellent. Like, I'm sitting there and I'm in awe because now I feel there's much more inclusivity. Like, this is amazing, and thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Okay, so Advocate Ruiters, he only gave me he only said to me, please speak about a certain topic, which I will do, but it's very broad. And as Natalie Ruiters correctly stated as well, I'm also not gonna, I'm gonna have a discussion and not, and possibly a bit of a dialogue as well, but I'm not gonna stand here and go, oh, section 1.3 says that, because I think everyone can actually go to the Act and read it themselves. And I must admit, the Act, and I think that's what one of the problems is in our country. The Act, it's brilliant, and especially our Constitution, we have one of the best constitutions in the world. But if the people on the street do not understand those words, do not understand what it means, then we have failed. Because it was not written for advocates and for the lawyers, and it was written for the man on the street, which I, in my personal opinion, feels they're missing the point then. Because if people on the street cannot, and when people on the street do not have access to justice, then we have failed our people, in my opinion. But having said that, as Advocate Ruiters correctly stated, and Natalie Ruiters, we are here because we want to solve those problems. We want to get solutions to the problems. We all know there's problems, many. But we are here today in our own capacity, whether it's, like I said, running the childcare facility, whether it's a speaker, whether it's manning the coffee and tea station, every bit of effort, I want to thank you. And all of us sitting here, we all have skills, we all have talents. Even if it's at the background, even whatever you can contribute, and I'm not even talking about only the dialogues, in your community. And I said it before last month as well. If we can go back from today, we go back home. We all know people. We have cell groups. Some of us go to church. Some go to gym. If you can just discuss this and empower another person, one person even, then we have made a huge difference already. I'm going to just go through my agenda quickly. So I will be discussing your rights in terms of the Maintenance Act, the Maintenance Amendment Act, the DOJ Service Delivery Charter, and then something they call the DOJ Code 26 of 2015, the Codified Instructions, which should be in every court. And I think, if I'm talking on its correction, I think in the library of every court, which I'm not sure whether that is true, but yes, there's something called Codified Instructions, and you can hold the applicable persons liable. And once again, as I stated, if you don't know your rights, you won't know that you can hold certain people accountable. So we're going to go through the founding affidavit and supporting documents, lying in expenses, apologies. And Roxanne Jansen, she's a maintenance officer at Belleville Court. And the other day I was there to support another person for maintenance, as Natalie stated as well. She was running, like literally. I've never seen something in my life like that, like running. That's how dedicated she is. I've met her myself. She also published an article in the Rivers. I think it was in October or November, if I'm correct. And she's got a heart of gold. Then the process after submitting your application, the duties of the maintenance clerk, the duties of the maintenance officer, the duties of a maintenance investigator. I'm going to touch a little bit on mediation as well. Paternity, I just want to touch and remind moms or applicants, it's not always moms, that's applicants, but I want to touch on that as well, just touch on it. record keeping, and what I mean with that, I'll get to that as well. And then lastly, Section 10.6 of the new Maintenance Amendment Act, which deals with interim maintenance orders. So let's start off with the basics, I think. It's your rights in terms of maintenance. So one of your rights is the right to appeal. So in the case that you did have a Section 6 inquiry, it's an informal inquiry in front of the maintenance officer in their office, and the maintenance officer decided it should go in front of a magistrate, then so they call it the formal process, the formal inquiry, which is the Section 10. So I just want to explain the background quickly. And after you've gone through the Section 10 inquiry, which is in court, which is in front of a magistrate, and after your judgment or the judgment given, and you as the applicant are still not happy with it, you do have a right to appeal that decision. And if I'm correct, I think it's Section 25. Yeah, so just bear with me. I'm not too sure, but yes, okay, so it is Section 25, you have a right to appeal. That's very important. Secondly, the right to use civil remedies in terms of Section 26(1). So what I mean with that is an execution against property, attachment of emoluments, the garnishing order, and attachment of debt. So when I talk about this section, it's when there is a court order in place and the said person do not, apply the court order. He or she, there is a court order in place, he must pay or she must pay 5,000 Rand a month, for instance, and that's not being paid. Then after 10 days, after not receiving any funds, you may approach the court, and this is one of your remedies available as well. I just put the Maintenance Act there. I'm not obviously going to discuss the Act in full, obviously the Amendment Act as well, and as I said, the other two papers as well. I want to get to the founding affidavit and supporting documents. So, and this is what I said before, we should have access to justice, and everyone on the street should have access to justice. And a lot of us, we know what an affidavit is, but there's a lot of people, not their fault, to their own, that do not know what it is. There's nothing wrong with it. It's understandable. I didn't know what it was before I entered this journey as well. I didn't know. But luckily for us, we have a website. It's the www.childmaintenance.org.za. And on the website, you'll find various, and let's call it pro forma affidavits, but examples of affidavits that the man on the street can use. You just change the wording, but the basic layout is there already for you to use. You just change the wording on the website, and I'm not sure if I need to repeat the website again, but on the website, there's also a link to a WhatsApp group. This is the maintenance group. It's a support group where we, this is more than a support group. Honestly, I don't even know what to call it. It is a support group, but it's incredible. It's like family, actually. So on that group, you will find support. You will find the answers. Maybe not immediately, because some of us, who have a job, Advocate Ruiters trained the whole week. I just want to remind everyone about this as well. He trained the whole week and he's still here. He's still assisting, still doing all of this. But he will answer, he or me or Liesel or whoever can assist. And that's another thing, as I mentioned previously about volunteers. That's something you can volunteer. Just if there's a question being asked on the group and you actually know the answer to it, that is you volunteering. That's you becoming part of the solution. That's what I mean with volunteering. You don't need to be here. You don't need to print stuff. You don't need to get name tags. That is volunteering and lobbying as Natalie just discussed previously as well. So now you have your founding affidavit. You want to, okay, so you applied for maintenance. I don't want to get too technical, but it's called the J101. It's the application form. And as Advocate Ruiters previously stated, in the codified instructions, which I just mentioned before, there's an instruction that the previous minister actually signed off on. A maintenance officer should assist you as the applicant to complete that form. Remember, this is not our field. We have other jobs. These forms, we are not familiar with these forms. We don't know how to complete it. We are stuck. That's why they are there. And please ask. Don't let someone just hand you a form and say, okay, please bring it back when you're done. No, it's their job. Also, they need to approach you in a kind manner, with empathy. I mean, this is a very tiresome exercise. This is not easy. There's a lot of trauma involved, as we all know. If you feel as an applicant that you have not been treated well, there is routes that you can follow. But like Advocate Ruiters said previously, it doesn't help standing or sitting or whatever and just complaining about it if it's not a written complaint, a formal complaint. Otherwise, the people that needs to be changing the rules or laws or whatever have you, if they don't know about the problems, how will they be able to change it? To complain to your neighbor or your sister or someone in the group, I understand the frustration, of course you're going to complain. But then what are you doing about it? And if you don't do anything about it, I'm sorry to say, nothing will change at all. Also, another thing, as I said on the website, there's case law, there's founding affidavits. It's like golden nuggets for people out there. Please go and read through it. If there's something you don't understand, I'm not saying we're going to reply immediately. As I said before, we are all busy, we all have our own lives, but someone will reply. Please ask those questions. Don't hold back because you're not a lawyer or because you're not an advocate. That group is for us, for the layperson. We are here to assist people. Please don't be shy. We are extremely supportive on that group. Regarding the supporting documents, and this is something I want to stand still. You must understand that a court, and unfortunately, you are now in a court. You are now in the legal system. They don't want to hear, oh, I pay so much for my cell phone, oh, my kid eats more than me, it's McDonald's and it's the... If they don't see the actual evidence and the proof, they will just dismiss that claim of loss. We are then in a court of law. You need to prove your every expense that you do have. I think it was a month ago or 2 months ago in the previous dialogue where I think it was Mr. Eugene Opperman who took everyone through. I think it was the Pick and Pay app online where you purchase your groceries from. Some parents do that. So there is instances where some of the moms will say, but I didn't keep record. I don't know what a baby cost me. I'm not sure. Is it 3,000, 1,000, 5,000? What is a good idea is then go onto that app. Apply for like a profile. You need to register. You're obviously not going to buy the groceries, but it's just an indication. You go through, say, 2 packets of nappies. Oh, no, okay, no, not 2, possibly 20, but wipes and purity and milk, and as a mom what your child needs. Put that in the cart. Take that. It will be an option for you to print or to save it on your desktop or somewhere. You can take that to court then as well to show them this is what your baby needs, this is the expenses. But if you don't have proof, I'm telling you, they will dismiss your claim. You can't just stand there, oh no, I think this and I think that. They will just dismiss it, unfortunately. Another thing, Advocate Ruiters also compiled a maintenance brochure last year. I can't remember, is it in Zulu or? Yeah, it's in Zulu and in English at this stage. Also very, very, very interesting document, very comprehensive. And I remember on that brochure, he stated everything you know about the respondent. Please remember that, and please put that so explain that to the maintenance officer and put it in writing as well. So if you know the respondent drives a BMW, if you know he banked with, say, Standard Bank before he left you or you left him or whatever the case may be, every little detail helps. Because when there is an investigation that needs to be done, possibly, then at least the maintenance investigator has got something to work on. He can't just think things like, so what's he going to investigate if you don't give them actual proof to say, listen, I know the person is driving this, I know a property was purchased, I know the said person has perhaps got a pension fund. Even if you don't know the pension fund number, even if you know it's, say, Old Mutual Pension Fund or Discovery, or whatever the case may be, you need to please discuss that with the maintenance officer and then please put it in writing. And sorry, and I'm jumping around a bit now. I know that, and I apologize. But another important point: when you get to that office, when you're applying, please make a copy of all your documents, your own file. Remember, this is your case. No one is going to drive your case the way you will drive your case. No one. And I say it with a lot of respect, but not even your lawyer, not a colleague, no one will drive your own case the way you can drive your own case. This is for your children. You need to have a copy of your own file. You need it to get, so you ask them to please stamp you. So get a copy of everything that's in your file and let the maintenance personnel stamp those copies. So you have proof, listen, this is my file. This is what was in the file. And standing still now at that, okay, so now you applied, your J101 has been submitted. So the next step is the maintenance clerk will submit it or lodge it on the system to be handed to the maintenance officer. The maintenance officer will then work through the application to check whether there is whether the dependent, whether there is a relation, and whether it's viable to go through what we call a Section 6 inquiry, the informal inquiry. At that stage, she or he will give a directive for a subpoena to be issued for the respondent to come to court. Please make sure that service of delivery is in your court file and it was actually delivered. Don't come to court on your court date. Now you need to find out, oh no, but the person has not been summoned. So you will drag out your own case. Please be proactive. Go to court before your court date. Check your file. Ask them, has it been issued? Ask them, have they received the delivery notice that he's been or she has been summoned? You are dragging out your own case. So if you go to on that day, oh no, it's not being summoned, then it's another postponement. It's another remandment. So please remember that. That is very important. Just want to check something else. Sorry. Okay. Lying in expenses. So lying in expenses is something that you can claim for as the applicant and you must be a first-time applicant. This is very important. So this is if there is no court order in place. So you have not applied for maintenance, you do not have a divorce order that specifies certain arrangement or a court order for maintenance. This is a first time application. And most people don't know about it. I didn't know about this as well. So no one actually shares this with you. So for moms that's never claimed maintenance, so for instance, your child is 2 years already, but you've never been in a maintenance court, you've never claimed maintenance, you actually can claim all the fees, everything that you paid from pregnancy up until the date of the inquiry. But once again, proof. There's no, you can't just say, okay, I was in this hospital, I was with this gynecologist. You need to keep your proof in order to prove your expenses. Ms. Roxanne Janssen, as I said before, she did it's an excellent piece in the Deribus. I'm not sure if everyone knows. It's a legal magazine, if I'm correct. But it's a very comprehensive piece, beautifully written, and it explains lying-in expenses comprehensively. So I'm not going to go into too much detail. If there's any questions afterwards, I'm happy to answer them for you. Let me just see. So I did say about the expenses, and I did say no court order. No, so it's a first-time application. That's the only way you'll be able to claim for lying-in expenses. So the process after submitting your application, as I said, it's been captured on the system in the preparation for the maintenance officer. So the maintenance officer receives your application form and establishes whether sufficient cause exists for a maintenance inquiry, the section 6, the informal inquiry, which takes place, as I said before, in a maintenance office, not in court, not in open court at this stage. The maintenance officer issued a directive for the applicant as well as the respondent to appear at court, as I said before. And then they peruse through your application and consider your maintenance claim. And this is where I want to stand still as well. Keeping in mind reasonableness as well as the best interest of the child. Now, reasonableness, so what we think is reasonable and what a court thinks is reasonable is two different things. And I think a lot of us, myself included, I think we have a bit of a misconception, unfortunately. So they will always, so it's not to say that the one parent earns, say for instance, 100,000 a month. Now, said parent must pay 50,000 maintenance. No. So I think there's a misconception. And I think that's why a lot of applicants are a bit upset at the end because they have this preconceived idea. But I want us to understand that you can claim expenses, but it must at all times be reasonable. If the respondent do not have that type of money, they do not have that type of money. The court can't make the money. Like, if that said person earns a certain amount, that is what that said person is earning. Bearing in mind, if you can prove that you need more, remember, you are able to claim from the respondent's parents as well. They can be added as respondents then. So bearing in mind, but you cannot make more money than there's, if the person earns a certain amount, that is what the person earns. Yeah. But yes, a child should be well cared for, should be educated. I agree 100%. That's why I urge applicants to please consider adding the parents then as respondents as well. Sorry, I know I'm going off topic. Just bear with me. So then the duties of the maintenance, I'm just going to quickly run through it. It's your first point of contact, as I mentioned before. They should assist the applicant with completing the application form. He or she informs the applicant concerning the maintenance process, just what's going to happen next, the flow of the process. They submit the application on the system. They update the maintenance file for the maintenance officer, and then they ensure the duly completed documents of the opposing parties is received and filed. Duties of the maintenance officer, they peruse the maintenance application form. They take instructions, and just quickly, they consider, the maintenance application, and establish whether the information contained in the application is sufficient to institute proceedings, which what I just discussed is the Section 6 inquiry, the informal process. The maintenance officer must also ensure that info regarding the assets, the income and expenses of the applicant and the respondent are contained in 2 separate bundles. They instruct the maintenance investigator, I'll get to that shortly, to investigate certain financial information of the respondent so the maintenance investigator can go on e-notice, they can do a credit check, etc. But as I said before, if they don't know about certain assets, how will they investigate it if they are not made aware? If you do not approach your maintenance officer and tell them what needs to be investigated, it will not be investigated. They can't investigate something if they... and on that point, we must understand that there is only a certain amount of resources available. And in some cases, there's only one maintenance investigator in a court, if any, for a vast area that they need to cover. You can think for yourself that same person, there is no way that one person can service all of that whole area. There's just no way. So we must, as the public, we must also understand that they themselves are under a lot of pressure. So to be able to do their job properly or more efficiently, please bring proof to court to your maintenance officer. Then it will enable them to do the investigation. I know there's a mom, so I'm going to make an example. There's a mom, she will know who she is, so on the maintenance group, the support group. It was amazing when I heard what she did. She knew what to look out for. So luckily she knew the respondent. She knew he was a gambler. She knew what car he drove. He had bought a new property, etc. She made a list stating all of that in an affidavit and produced it to the maintenance officer for the maintenance investigator then to issue subpoenas. So I urge you once again, please take note of what I just said. Please supply the affidavits to the maintenance officer. Any and all information that you have. If they don't know about it, they can't investigate it. Then I just want to continue with the duties of the maintenance investigator. So they are there to assist the maintenance officer with perusal of the maintenance application. They also take instructions from a maintenance officer with regards to issuing of subpoenas. And then if the workload, if the maintenance officers are unable to handle the workload, I know they assist the maintenance officer with the maintenance applications as well. I'm going to stand still now at mediation. We are so used to, so obviously everything that I've discussed up until now was within the court system, the legal system, as we all know. And we all know you go to court, you apply for maintenance. But there is a different route as well. Mediation, if I want to get very basic, is basically the two parties in a room with a third party, and the third party is not a judge. It's not that you're not in court at all. The third party is unbiased, and they're there to listen actively to both sides. We court, but I couldn't tell my story, and I still feel so hurt. I still have so much anger in me because I couldn't lay down my story. With mediation, this is the opportunity to tell that said person, this is how you feel. Get everything out in the open. Because I do believe even when there is certain, even when you've been through court, you have a court order. There's that hurt, that anger, it's actually still here. Yes, you got money, possibly not what you wanted in any case. But the actual issue has never been addressed. So mediation is, as I said, the third person, the mediator, is there to listen. It is confidential. This is also very important. And it's privileged information. So whatever the two parties discuss, it can be used against you in court. It cannot be used against you. So you are able to lay everything on the table as it actually should be. Because I think most people feel that the issue was never addressed. And in mediation, you have the opportunity. So in mediation, the parties have control over what the outcome will be, as opposed to what in court the magistrate will decide. And you, most of the times, you won't be happy with the decision. But in mediation, you get the opportunity that the parties can decide what the outcome will be. The control lies with them and not with the court. So, as Bongi said previously, it will save you on legal fees. Those of you who do apply for legal representation, mediation, obviously there will be, like she said as well, there will be fees involved. It's not for free. But you will save so much on legal fees. So obviously it depends on the parties how quick, hopefully they can get to an agreement. But it's not months you need to wait. It's not remandment after remandment. It's not like that. As Bongi said, within a month, parties need to come to a conclusion. In my opinion, it's a process that's less harmful to just discuss what trauma does to our bodies. And afterwards, even after, and she said that as well, even after the specific event took place, the trauma is still there. In this way, I feel it's less harmful. Court is not, it's not a joke. You feel out of place because it's not your playground. It's not your place. You don't want to be there. To be honest, sorry, I know it sounds strange, but it's harmful. It's traumatizing for most people. As I said before, it's confidential and the parties are in control of the outcome. And that is brilliant. So whatever the agreement is, that is the agreement between the two parties. It's not for the court to decide where will your child be staying for the weekend. It's the parties that can decide. It's the parties that can decide on maintenance and care and contact arrangements. And it is your child. So it will actually make sense that the parents should have the deciding factor. That it should lie with them. It is their child. Why should a court decide for you care and contact arrangements as well as maintenance? It's your child. Then I'd like to continue with, okay, so if I talk about paternity, what I actually wanted to say about that is the fact that, and I think it was possibly 3 dialogues before, I remember Advocate Ruiters said, the minute you are in that office with that maintenance officer and the respondent, there's a certain form, but now I must admit, I don't know, it must be a J something as well, but there's a certain form that it's a confirmation of paternity form. And I know the respondent as well as the defendant, the respondent as well as the applicant both need to sign. And it is a great idea when you're there in that office for said person to sign, because paternity will be an issue later. It will become an issue later on. So when you're in that office, and if you can, let that person sign, you sign, the maintenance officer sign, then there's no issues, then that issue is at least off the card. Because remember, there will be a lot of issues to tackle leading up to your section in your formal inquiry to court. This is one of them, and that's why I just wanted to mention to the viewers and to everyone here, the participants, that please make sure that that form is signed that day at the Section 6 inquiry already. Then that's one issue that you can tick off. Record keeping, another important. Record keeping in terms of Section 42 and Regulation 24, the maintenance officer should keep proper record of proceedings. The maintenance officer can do a voice recording or an otter, I don't know if you know what that is, but I'll get into details now, voice transcription. So I had no idea what otter was, and once again it was Advocate Ruiters that introduced me. It's an amazing app. It's a free app. It's on the Play Store. So what it basically does, it's a voice recording, and then it transcribes whatever was discussed, so that you can email to yourself. You have proper record keeping. So no one can say, oh no, but this one said this, oh no, but that. No, there's no disputes over what said who, or who said what. It's there, it's in writing, and you can submit that to court as well. And then the maintenance officer can direct that the applicant and the respondent record the proceedings on their phones for any section appeal or review proceedings. And then, now I wonder where that is, sorry. The interim maintenance orders. I wanted to touch on that as well. So at a Section 6 inquiry, and apologies, I know I was not supposed to actually talk about this, but because it's such an important part, I want to raise awareness about this. When you're there at your Section 6 inquiry in front of the maintenance officer and both parties are present, remember what the Act says, in the best interest of the child. So you should insist when you're there in front of a maintenance officer and they remand the case, because they will tell you, okay, listen, we've heard, if there's no consent. So first of all, in a Section 6 inquiry, the parties can decide on an amount, and if both parties are happy, they sign a consent form. I think it's a J214 form. That's one part. Most times, parties do not agree on an amount. Then it needs to go to a Section 10 inquiry, which is the formal inquiry in court in front of a magistrate. But now both parties are present, and both parties are supposed to supply the financial documentation. So you are there in court. There is a magistrate. There is a maintenance officer assisting you. Please insist on an interim maintenance order. Do not leave that court and then afterwards you want to cry because you didn't get any money when you could have insisted on an interim maintenance order. It's very, very important. Just see what I put there. So I'm just going to read what the Amendment Act says for maintenance order. So it's Section 10(6) of the Maintenance Amendment Act. The Maintenance Court may grant an interim maintenance order where a maintenance order has not been made and a postponement of the inquiry is necessary, and if the court is satisfied that, so there's certain prescriptions, there are sufficient grounds prior to such postponement that one of the parties is legally liable to maintain a person or persons, and undue hardship may be suffered by the person or persons to be maintained as a result of the postponement. A child needs to eat. You need to eat. I think it's like 7 days that we can survive without food and water. How a remandment or postponement, you won't be able to survive. Your child won't be able to survive. This is what it says, undue hardship. Your child will suffer undue hardship. Insist on an interim maintenance order. And then lastly, as I said, insist on the interim maintenance order at the Section 6 inquiry already when the respondent did not supply the court, because that's, unfortunately, this is what we uncover. They come to court on said date. Oh, I don't have my pay slip there. Oh, I don't have my bank statement there. Oh, I don't have my ID document there. And then because it's a delaying tactic. They want the case to be remanded. Then tell them it's fine. You can go bank, go to the ATM, go wherever you need to get your bank statements, your payslip, whatever the case may be. But you are here. I am here. I brought my financial information. I am insisting on an interim maintenance order. And the maintenance officer knows about it. They know the act. Insist on an interim maintenance order. Thank you so much for listening. Yes, sorry. I just want to take a question.
We're going to take all questions.
Thank you.
The program, and I hope that the Deon Ruiters will be able to answer all the questions. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Ronel Ras. I love listening to you. I love your teachings. Really, you are so critical, and you are able to just bring it to our level. Thank you so much. So I really would like us to just give another warm hand of applause for another. Okay, so we're going to have our own, very own advocate raters. We'll continue the discussion on paper 157. He's going to talk about chapter 6 and 7. And then he's got a few words that he would like to share with us just to, wrap up today's session. Another woman of applause for Advocate Deon Ruiters, please.
Before I start speaking, I unfortunately, shame, I was busy training the Department of Education in Stellenbosch this week. And while I was training them, there was 46 social workers from the Department of Education there. I was supposed to just train them on the gender-based violence legislation. And it is the sexual offences amendments, the domestic violence amendments, as well as the criminal law related Matters Amendment Act 12 of 2021. I had to focus on those 3 pieces of legislation. I say shame because unfortunately the poor social workers, they had to listen to everything about maintenance, and everything that I brought in was about maintenance and maintenance. And because of that, one of the social workers that was sitting there was so captivated with what I said. Her name is Ms. Carlin Vine. And she then asked me, can she come and just say what her experience was of the maintenance courts? It's not a very nice story, but this is what dialogue is about. This is what community dialogue is supposed to be. Let those stories come out. In the old days, our grandfathers will sit under the tree and tell the stories. Those are the stories that we need to tell at the community dialogues. Ms. Carlin Vine, come and tell your story for us.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. It's a privilege to stand here this morning. But you know what? I always say knowledge is power. Yeah. And whatever we're going through in life is not per accident. It's always to empower other people. It's always to make other people wiser in what you're going through. And I really want to latch on a few things that Advocate Ruiters have said and the previous speaker just said now. Maintenance is not only about going to court, but there's a lot of challenges, a lot of trauma involved. Not only for the woman itself that is sitting there and come and beg for money, but it's also for the children. Because the minute when separation is going to take place, our children are being torn apart. And we see that every day how some of our children want to commit suicide, want to go on drugs, want to go on dropouts because they feel my whole world. Remember when children are born in a marriage or in a house, it means the children grow attached to a father, to a mother. But as soon as divorce is kicking in, then you can see the hurt. Then there is a loss of a sense of belonging, and that is what a father's, and I'm really pleased to know that mediation is coming into in existence, because that is a safe space for people to come and talk. I think if I tell my story about the court, I never had the chance to speak about my trauma, about my money matters, and I didn't know about half of the things that I could have paid, claim maintenance back. It was, I had a case for the past 7 years on the Bishop Lavis Magistrate Court, and I had to fight, and I had to say, and my question unto Advocate Ruiters was, something that I don't understand is, how can a person come to court? He can afford a 1,500 rand bail, but he cannot afford a bread's money for his child. And when you go to that court, there is so much about your dignity that is going down the drain, because it is as if you need to come and beg and plead for someone who is responsible and accountable for the money to pay maintenance. But in a mediation session, you can at least be heard, and voice, because sometimes at the court, the attitude of the judges, the attitude of the maintenance clerk also play a major role, because if they are in a bad mood, then they just say, no, here's a paper, you go. They don't care whether you have a next bread of money. They don't care whether you have to come 10 times to the court, or they say, no, the court adjourned, you must come for the next day. In that next day, you hardly have a bread's money. You hardly have a taxi fare for the child. You have to sit with that child, looking at the tears of that child, looking and say, you know what, mommy don't have money now because there wasn't money paid in the maintenance court. So those are the stuff I really need to look at. And I also want to make appeal to say, you know what, why must we go 10 times to a court? Why can't we look in a system where when you get to the court, it has been finalized? It's a long date of 6 months or 3 months or whatever, and investigate. And I do understand really the workload of people, workload of thousands of people, because we are also social workers and we see the cry and the need in the community. That is why it is so important for parents also to understand it is not only us as mothers that struggle, but what about the fathers? That is also we get men also that go through the same thing. Men also been left with children and women walk out. So we need to empower both parties. We need to empower men, we need to empower women, but most of all, we need to empower our children, and in the interim, I also want to suggest the court make a recommendation while the divorce is going through, while the maintenance is going through, that the parties need to seek professional counseling, because they understand that I cannot speak bad about father here. I cannot speak bad about mother, because it's already traumatized. In some sections, you can see how mothers is going through depression. And when mothers is going through depression while waiting on that maintenance to come through, you can see how that has an impact on the child. Remember, but we need to understand, yes, the court is here for certain sections, but we must never underestimate how the division of parents has a huge impact on the psychological development of our children. And I'm speaking now from a perspective what we see in schools, how it becomes barriers to learning. We see children go into substance abuse because of that void, of that pain, because of all the trauma that the children are experiencing. If I look in my own circumstances, while up and down in the court, magistrate tells me, who told you to open your legs? I mean, it is a woman to woman. My problem that I had with that was, I never knew that I could have gone and opened a charge against her. You see, because by knowledge is power. Now I can tell my parents, okay, if you have a challenge with the magistrate or you challenge you, there is this clerk that you can contact or the administrator at the court, etc. Because our parents are being taken for granted. Because I always say, before you judge any person in that maintenance court, take off your cloak and feel what it is to sit here. Because it is enough that you don't have money for the child. It's enough that that child might have something at the school. Now the child must say, oh, you know what, mommy, my tummy is cramping, I'm not going to school. All the excuses. But if you look at the root of the problem, you can see how the domestic violence, how maintenance, how all these challenges in the family structures has an impact on our children. And lastly, I want to encourage women, you know what, when you're going through maintenance, take care of your own well-being, because you need to be well to go and stand in that court. You cannot fall apart. I always say to people, you cannot look like the problem, but you must dress up and you must show up and you must move on and you must say to yourself, you know what, I'm going to tackle this case. And while you are tackling this case, you need to are you as a person. You know, are you uneducated? Because that time when I went through 7 years of court for maintenance, I thought to myself, am I going to be a statistic of an unemployed mother? Am I going to be a statistic to remain in the SASSA queue to help my children? Or am I going to take all this insults, you know? What I didn't understand, and I told the magistrate, what I don't understand is, you are saying we have the best laws to protect our children, but you are actually robbing my child from receiving money. You're robbing my child from a father to take care of my child. And that all those circumstances actually made me to go and put on my matric dress again. My school uniform. At the age of 33, I told myself, you know what, if I want to make a difference, I need to equip myself. I need to, can't stay uneducated. I cannot stay where I am, because we need to become the role models of our children, because we cannot just fight for maintenance and fight a person that is not loving and caring anymore. We need to love ourselves enough to say to ourselves, we need to stand up. We need to make a difference, you know. And like the lady said, we cannot just complain. We need to say, this part of the law, like I said to Advocate Ruiters, you need to amend it and say, men must also go for psychological counseling, because they must understand how their behavior has an impact. You know, maintenance, I always say maintenance is not just about money, but it's also about creating that safe space for your child to come still to you and have that bond. And mothers always say to families, if there is not a risk of harm, then take the opportunities to still stay adults. Like the lady said now, it is not about, I want to take revenge. I want R1 million now. R1 million will never heal your child inside. It will never heal you. But what will heal you when you come to terms, when you say to yourself, you know what, I need to deal with this pain. Because if you don't deal with your pain, you will remain toxic. You will remain angry. And when you remain angry, when you remain toxic, you will never be able to move on. You will never be able to be the mother for your child. Because I saw it, I saw it when I was working in shelters, how parents become depressed, how mothers is just laying there. And you know, when it comes also to domestic violence, when it comes to maintenance, some mothers have to flee from one place to another. And you know the harm it do to children. It means that child needs to come out of the familiar environment, out of the familiar school, to another unfamiliar environment, already losing the father that is being attached. and has moved on, or the mother that has moved on. So we need to be mindful of all the things, and it is really just not about money. But all I can say is, you know what? Let us stand together. Let us believe it's not the system, but we are the system. We are the system that need to change in our households. We are the system that need to change into society. If a man don't want to pay for your maintenance, we are in a. We need to educate ourselves. We need to become independent. We need to pick up our stuff. I always say the tree was my motivation. When I look at the tree, there's no leaves on the bottom. There's only leaves on top. So the tree never bent down to pick up the broken leaves. He left it there. So it's time for us as society to say, you know what? I can change one word in the maintenance section to say, let us go for mediation. Because mediation is a safe space. A space where somebody can be heard, somebody can talk, somebody can just vent their feelings. Because in a court system, the magistrate doesn't have the time, because they need to look at stats. They need to look at this lady, I cannot allow you to cry now, but in the mediation, this is a safe space where you really can just listen. And you know, sometimes just giving the man a chance to speak his heart, the lady to speak her heart, you can make a difference. You can even make a recommendation on the end to say, you know what, there's a lot of unresolved issues here, but we can recommend counseling. We can recommend other services to you, because I never had that. I had to trust the Almighty God for my healing, because we have to hold on to our God that says in His word that He will never leave us, neither He will forsake us. He still has a plan for us, but we need to stand up and say, you know what, God, even if all the doors are shutting in my face, and in the time of your storm, we need to sit back and make that picture of your life and say to yourself, I want to make a change, because I cannot work 7 years to a court and not getting a cent. Is going to prison, that is going to add to our tax money for someone that is not paying for the child. But at the end of the day, what am I as a parent doing to empower myself to be a role model for my child? Because we need to equip our children. We need to create that space for our children also. And that is why we need to become in a safe, well-being space to listen to our children, to give sound advice to our children. And one thing I want to leave is never talk bad about the other partner in front of your children. Be adult enough. Like I said, he already lose one parent, but it doesn't mean he must lose another parent. So let us be sound-minded in what we're going through. I always say to the parents at the school, you have from 8 o'clock till 2 o'clock to deal with your issues, to be angry, to swear, to dawn against his face against the wall. But from 2:30, when your child comes out, be there for that child. Because our children need us. That is why we have a lot of gangster children. Children being drawn into gangsterism because of these type of issues that is being unresolved in court systems. But I don't blame everything on the court system. Like the lady said, they are overworked, overload, and we come with half of our own information, and we need to have all the information ready. But it doesn't mean that we're going to be listened to. Doesn't mean it's going to be solved at that day. And when it is not solved in your own time frame, and we have interim orders, so in our psych department or social work department, I always say, what is your interim order to change your life? Because it's your life. That man might die tomorrow, then you still sit where you are. So please, ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear my voice, always know that you are still worthy, and every single household can be functional. No matter what you're going through, every pain is there not to decrease you, but to increase your faith in life. And that is important. Thank you very much.
The lady is Ms. Gal Vine. She's a social worker in the Department of Education. At the age of 30, after being 7 years in the Bishop Lavers Maintenance Court, she just decided to give up on it. And she's going to work for her children herself. She's going to put on a school uniform at the age of 30. And then she's going to study from there and then become a social worker in life. So this story needs to be told. So for the people online and whoever, it's never too late. No matter what time, you can always put your uniform back on and go and educate and empower yourself. That is what Pillar 5 also says, women empowerment. That's what we will achieve in what we do. So, Ms. Carlin Vines, you have to leave now. Thank you so much for coming and sharing your story. I really appreciate it. At the age of 30, finished matric, then went to university and became a social worker in profession. And now she's helping other people that have a similar type of adversities in life. Thank you, Carlin. I will give an opportunity for people to ask questions once we're done. I just wanted to make sure that we at least get most of the presentations done. That's why I want to say thank you to Ms. Botha, the sign language interpreter, Ms. Unati Cave, how do you pronounce it? Kave, Unati Kave, our sign language interpreters, and how they every 20 minutes then interchange and make sure the other one takes over. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. I know that we're supposed to, or they were only reserved till 1 o'clock, and we're at 1 now. But I will speak to the regional head, Mr. Rodney Isaacs. Mr. Rodney Isaacs sent his message of support to all of us and to say that he support what we are doing over here. That's the regional head of the Department of Justice in the Western Cape, Mr. Rodney Isaacs. If you want to say thank you to him, his email address is roisaacs@justice.gov.za. No complaints today. Just say thank you that he had these beautiful sign language interpreters over here. Capital R, small O, capital I, S-A-I-C-S, Isaacs @justice.gov.za. That's his email address. He can't kill me because his email address is in all 57 courts in the Western Cape. These details are over there for the public, so I think I can at least share that with the public or the Western Cape public. The other online ones need to find out who their regional lead is and tell them that they also want community dialogues and sign language interpreters to make it available to the rest of South Africa. So, Ms. Botha, you weren't over here. I just want to say thank you so much for coming and the compassion that you do, that both of you do your work. Thank you so much. I know you're only supposed to be here till 1, but don't worry, I will speak to the regional aid. You just give the bill, I'll pass it on to him, you will pay. So thank you so much for all your time. The last presentation was supposed to be done by Advocate Yasmin Mohamed. Advocate Mohamed had an emergency, as well as ex-magistrate Francois Botha, and both of them are not over here today. They did tend their apologies, but they will be, the 29th of March is our next community dialogue. Our special guest is Advocate John Goliath from the Simonstown Court that will come and address us. So please don't miss it. You will have absolutely no idea what you'll be missing. I'm quickly going to wrap up with the Chapter 6 and Chapter 7 of the SA Law Commission Paper 157. I'm not going to go to much detail of it. I'll just tell you what the important part of it is. But before I get there, Ronel maternity form is not a J document. It's a normal form that was developed by some maintenance officers in order to make sure that we get confirmation of paternity. And I am a proponent, or I always advocate that form be completed right in the beginning while he's over there and he can admit paternity. Instead of waiting 4 years down the line when you have a new girlfriend, and the new girlfriend all of a sudden put this into his brain, saying, I couldn't like this was me. That child doesn't look like that. All along it was, he was the father. But 4 years, 5 years down the line, and all of a sudden, somebody that was never involved in the sexual relation that they had, all of a sudden have an opinion and will come and say that, no, that's not your child. So the quicker we get that done, the online viewers as well as take the message out there, make sure that when you get to the maintenance court, he must say, he's Papaki, I admit I am Papaki, and I take full responsibility. Because I'm telling you now, whenever he gets a new girlfriend or he gets married, then all of a sudden say, that scar over there, why does that child have this scar? Can't have that scar, it doesn't look like you. As if that is now going to somehow determine paternity. So make sure that that is sorted out as soon as possible during the inquiry stage. Because if you don't, then when we get to the prosecution in terms of Section 31(1) of the Maintenance Act, then we, Mr. Bloemfontein and I, will have to struggle to get to a conviction, because then he says, but I'm not the father of the child. Then it is too late. Then what happens if during the criminal prosecution, they only then deny paternity? Then it becomes a Section 41 conversion, meaning it goes back now to maintenance inquiry sections that should have been done right in the beginning. So now we are working backwards. So maintenance officers online and mothers online, please inform the court. Ask him if he's the father while you're sitting there, so that it can be on record in terms of Section 42 and Regulation 24 of the Maintenance Act. It's important that it be done as soon as possible. Okay, that's what I would like to say as far as paternity. I just think Ms. Ras did an excellent job to deal with Section 10(6) interim orders. Unfortunately, our courts fail mothers, because as soon as that case is remanded, mothers must insist that they want to see the magistrate. When they see the magistrate, they can ask for Section 10(6) interim order and then make sure that they at least go home with something. The child will wait, and now mother's going to court. So now they know mother's coming to court. What did mommy bring from court? Absolutely nothing. Then the child have that misconception. This court story doesn't work for me because mother doesn't come back with anything. At least if she knows she's got an interim order in place, and that by the week or by the end of that month, there will be something that they can live with, then they will be happy with it. Except that in terms of Section 11(1) of the Maintenance Act, she can ask for subsistence and travel allowance. That is enough money for her to pay for the taxi that she got to court with. And except for that, she can ask for subsistence and travel allowance for the time that she sit there, or the loss of wage, she can ask for it. It's enough money. It's at least 40 or 50 rand that she can, with that money, buy a Happy Meal at McDonald's to take home to the child. If the child with a Happy Meal from McDonald's, he will be the one that encourages mommy. Mommy, when are we going back to maintenance court? Because he knows there's a happy meal that will be coming back with that. And that's the way we can change the conception or misconception that children have of the justice system. Let the justice system become something positive for them. As soon as mommy goes there, then mommy smiles because mommy got something in return. Whether it is a Section 10(6) interim order or it's a Section 11 subsistence and tribal allowance, she comes out with something and not nothing. Okay, Chapter 7 of the Maintenance Act deals with the appointment of maintenance officers in the justice system. Chapter 7 deals with the arresting powers of maintenance investigators. Now, to start off with, Section 4(1) of the Maintenance Act says that there are two types of maintenance officers. Myself, as well as Mr. Bloemfontein, we are called Section 4(1) maintenance officers. We are deemed maintenance officers. We are prosecutors, but we also have a function as deemed maintenance officers. That's in terms of Section 4(1) of the Maintenance Act 99 of 1998. We have a policy document. In our policy document, Part 26 of the NPA policy, we are deemed maintenance officers. We do everything. Whether it's maintenance inquiries or prosecutions, we are involved in all of it. Why am I saying that? Because where there is no maintenance officer at the court, that specific public prosecutor at that court becomes a maintenance officer for that court. The prosecutor is deemed a maintenance officer. Why am I saying that? There is a case that I would like you to please make a note of. Anywhere you can make a note of it. The case of Anna Oma Mutimunye. Anna Oma Mutimunye. If you can't spell it, just get the citation now. 2014, JDR, and it's on page 1066. If you read that case of Judge Harmsen, if you go on Safety, just make sure, or I can quickly help you to make sure that we have got the spelling correct. Because if you have the spelling correct, then you'll be able to get to the specific case. Anna Oma Mutimunye. It is MTHIMUNYE Mutimunye versus Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. It's a 2014 case, JDR 1066, GP, Gauteng Province. If you go on Safely, you'll be able to get that case. Why am I telling you about this case? Because of what happened in the specific case. I will quickly want to give you the facts of the case. Ms. Mutimunye was married to an individual. His name is Michael Matlala. Now, Mr. Matlala and Ms. Mutimunye, Anna Oma Mutimunye, that's her name. Anna Oma Mutimunye, that's her. And they were staying somewhere in Mpumalanga, and there is a small court over there in the Mutujana district. Mutujana is the magistrate's court. That is near Bushua in Mpumalanga. That's where the specific court is. If you go on the and you want to find out where this court is, just put in Mudunja. Let me spell it, Dutjana. That is the specific court where the prosecutor was sitting. And this prosecutor was at the specific court, and Ms. Anna Oma Mutimunye came to him and said, please help me. My husband, Mr. Michael Matlala, he resigned and he's getting his pension paid out. Please help me to attach his pension. That's in terms of Section 30 of the Maintenance Act. The prosecutor then said to Ms. Anna Oma Mutimunye, no, there's no maintenance officer over here. Come back next week. The maintenance officer is going to be here next week. Ms. Mutimunye went home and then decided to come back next week when the maintenance officer will be there. Next week she came back and then she asked again, where is this maintenance officer? The prosecutor again said, no, he didn't come today. Hopefully he'll come next week. Next week she went again, and that's how it continued for few times that this poor lady had to walk up and down to the Njana court in order to get assistance from, in order to get a Section 30 attachment to be done. Nobody helped her. Mr. Michael Matlala got his money, and the money was paid out into his bank account, and then Mr. Matlala went on this spending spree, bought new cars and everything until there was absolutely nothing left of the pension. And when Ms. Anna Oma Mutimunya went back to the courts, she said, please help me. The guy's driving around with a new Ford Bantam. And she had to just go to USave and buy a few groceries that she could afford, while this man is driving past her with the bucky full of beers at the back and all of that, having a spending spree and entertaining the townships where they were staying. And then a family member of Ms. Mutimunya told her, sue the Department of Justice. And that's what she did. That's why it's versus the Minister of Justice. The Minister of Justice was sued in this specific case, and Judge Harmsa that gave the judgment in this case said, the prosecutor is deemed a maintenance officer. For him to then refer and say to the lady that there's no maintenance officer there, that's a lie, and it's sheer negligence. And that is how serious this is. Wherever there's a prosecutor, that prosecutor is deemed a maintenance officer. If the maintenance officer is not doing their duty to attach that pension fund, that lady can file a case against the Minister of Justice as well as against the NPA for gross negligence, because that is negligence. So any lady online or wherever, if you find out that he's getting his pension, he retired from his workplace, or he got dismissed from his workplace, or he got retrenched from his workplace, in terms of Section 30 of the Maintenance Act, we can attach that pension fund as an attachment of debt. And that pension, we don't take just a little bit, okay, no, he's only got so much to pay. We take the whole pension. He will get his share once the child have been sorted out and everything have been sorted out. If he doesn't make sure that he took care of the child, then it wouldn't have been that we take the whole pension fund. But unfortunately, he led to it, so we take the whole pension fund, and we will first make sure that the rights of the child is being dealt with. Some come up with this thing of saying that, no, but I'm not in arrears, I've been paying my pension, I've been paying my dues as far as maintenance is concerned. There are case law that says any minute endangerment or threat to the well-being of a child, then we can attach anything. It doesn't need to be, even in the case where he paid. There's a case that was decided in the Western Cape, Gerber versus Gerber, where the parties that were living in Strand near Somerset West, they had this property that was being sold. And the two couple that were together had this property being sold, and the one party said, but listen, when we were younger, a few years younger, we used to abuse alcohol and we used to abuse drugs. He can anytime slip into using drugs again, and then the future of our adopted child is at stake. Therefore, please give me an order that somehow I can attach the proceeds of the house that took place, of selling the house that took place. And the respondent said, no, but I'm not in arrears, so why are you taking something? He's talking nonsense. I don't owe anything, so please let me at least hold on to my part of the proceeds of the house. The Western Cape High Court said, no, anything that endangered the well-being of a child, in those cases, we should attach the proceeds of that specific house. And that's what happened in Gerber versus Gerber. Why am I saying all of these? Because maintenance officers need to know that they can attach. Whether it's a prosecutor or whether it's a Section 4.2 maintenance officer that's appointed by the Department of Justice, they are both going to be held liable. You cannot wait for the one or the other. If there is a maintenance officer and a prosecutor at a specific court, and for one or the other reason the maintenance officer is not there, then the prosecutor is deemed to be a maintenance officer in the absence of a prosecutor. So therefore, there will never, in the 57 courts in the Western Cape, there should never ever be a thing that there isn't a maintenance officer. The prosecutor become the maintenance officer in that court, and therefore that is how it's supposed to be. The Law Commission make a recommendation as far as how we should be dealing with it, because there's now this disparity between Department of Justice Maintenance Officer Section 4.2 and the National Prosecuting Authority prosecutors that are also deemed maintenance officers. So we've got two sets or two pools of maintenance officers. Section 4.1 NPA prosecutor, Section 4.2 a Department of Justice's maintenance officer. So we've got these two pools of maintenance officers out in every court in South Africa. So now we're sitting with who's going to be doing it, because the Department of Justice, nee, jy moet dit gaan doen. NPA prosecutors say, no, jy moet dit doen, jy moet dit doen. And that's what's happening as far as these type of cases is concerned. One want to pass the hot potato to, and that's how it happens. And you know what happens whenever you do that with porridge or whatever? This in the hand and the mond val die pak op grond. So then what happens is it slips through the cracks, and then the pension is paid out, and then he starts buying his phone bantam bakkie, and nothing happens. The Law Commission recommends that either a few options. Either the maintenance officers fall all under the same umbrella, meaning that the NPA prosecutor is still deemed a maintenance officer, and the Department of Justice's maintenance officers is on the other side, or else the second option is we abandon the NPA being deemed maintenance officers, and all the maintenance officers, Section 4.2, are the only body of maintenance officers. Or the third option is to leave it the way it is. I recommended that the Section 4.2 maintenance officers of the Department of Justice should be incorporated into the NPA, because I feel that there is more development for them as maintenance officers, where they can grow from being a maintenance officer, becoming a prosecutor, and that at least there is a promotion plan that we can develop for them. Else, in the Department officers until the kingdom come, and then after that retire. So in order to make sure that there's at least a promotional level for them, that's the reason why I made that recommendation to the Law Commission. So whichever the Law Commission is going to take, we will have to see. There was a consultative process that the Law Commission did after August last year with the NPA. I was part of the process. So they are taking all of these recommendations, and you will see it in the Maintenance Amendment, some of these recommendations that are being made. So if you have been, or if you had the experience of getting to a court and they told you that there is no maintenance officer, but there was a prosecutor, bring these type of things to Parliament so that Parliament can hear what are some of these challenges that are out there. The other, Chapter 7 deals with maintenance investigators' arresting powers. Now, currently, maintenance investigators do not have the power to arrest. Even if there is a warrant of arrest being issued by a court, and the maintenance investigator is busy investigating cases out there and see this person that a warrant of arrest have been issued, there's absolutely nothing that the maintenance investigator can do, because it doesn't have arresting powers. And therefore, one of the recommendations that was made by the Law Commission is either they need to have powers of arrest, or else what are we going to do? There is some of the submissions that were made that said that it's not a good thing to give them powers of arrest, because then they're going to shoot left, right, and center as soon as they get guns or whatever the case might be. Because if they have arresting powers, they must then also get guns or handcuffs and all of that, and then they will be handcuffing people and all of it. And therefore, the Law Commission is a little bit in doubt. Should it be done or shouldn't it be done? So they're looking for submissions from feel about it. I feel that they should have the powers of arrest, because in a case where a maintenance investigator is driving around because he knows some of these, or in your specific area, the maintenance investigators start knowing who the applicant and respondent is. If he knows there's a warrant of arrest out for a specific respondent, and he is driving past this person, knowing this person, then he might run to the police. I saw Deon Ruiters is walking there, please go and arrest him. It makes a mockery of the justice system. We cannot allow the justice system to be a mockery like that. So my recommendation is that the maintenance investigators should have arresting powers. There are a lot of opposition to it. I do not think it's going to go through, but it depends on each and every one of us. If we make known what we feel and how we feel about it, then that is one thing that Parliament will have to take into consideration. If it is then that they should get extra training, don't shoot everyone dead, just arrest person, then obviously they can do it the same way other police officers know that in a case where they overstep their boundaries, there will be complaints against the police or against whoever the law enforcement authority is. So that is what chapter 6 and chapter 7 is all about. So today you've learned about chapter 5, what Locus Standi all entails. If you have cases where your case, or where you were told that now that the child is 18, therefore you are not allowed to apply for maintenance anymore, your 18-year-old child must come to court, that's not true anymore. The case law of Z versus Z is clear. My wife's article in the Darabas of February 2023, page 17 is please make sure that we assist these ladies. The other thing that Ms. Carol Vine said about the way the magistrate spoke to her, if a magistrate ever speak to you like that, Google the Magistrates Commission. The Magistrates Commission is dealing with any case of magistrates being rude or abrupt or in any way degrading towards any person. If you go and you Google Magistrates Commission, you'll get to the Department of Justice's website. If you look in the Department of Justice's website, there's a tab down, MGC, that's the Magistrates Commission. If you click on MGC, you will get to the Magistrates Commission. If you go further down the tab, there's a tab called Complaints. If you click in tab of Complaints, you will find the person that you can send your complaint to. The person is Mr. Dawood. His email address is capital M, small a, capital D, small a, WOOD, mdawood @justice.gov.za. Any complaint against a magistrate that's rude to you or in any way speak condescending towards you, file a case at the Magistrates Commission. If any maintenance staff is rude or degrading to you and ask you, well, why did you open your legs, or any of those type of comments, if they ever say that to you, you file a complaint at the service delivery @justice.gov.za. If it is a prosecutor that is rude to you in the Western Cape, I don't know the rest of the country, in the Western Cape, then you file a complaint against that prosecutor at C Clark, that is CCLERK @npa.gov.za. If a prosecutor is ever rude to you or say any word out of line, you can file a case against that prosecutor. Just say which court it was and in which. C Clark, CCLERK @npa.gov.za. If it's against maintenance officer, service delivery, one word, @justice.gov.za. If it is against the magistrate, MADAWOOD @justice.gov.za. Then you file your complaints at any of those sources, and they will deal with that magistrate, maintenance officer, or public prosecutor. No one will be rude to you. Use that information. If it's not you, give it to the public and make sure that they all get that information. And that's what I wanted to end of. Just one note that I also need to quickly bring to your attention based on the presentation of my wife, Natalie Ruiters. One of my special advisors is also sitting here. He don't want me to mention his name. He brought my attention to section 23 of the Children's Act. So if a grandmother is applying for maintenance at a court and she is having problems that they want a care and guardianship order or whatever the case might be, there is another way in terms of Section 23 of the Children's Act that she can then make sure that she do get a caregiver order from the court. He said, I must just say, grandmothers can apply as primary caregivers in terms of Section 23 of the Children's Act. Then they do not have, they don't need Locus Standi to apply for maintenance, and whatever the case might be in terms of the Children's Act 17/2023. I'll get you now, sir. So in all of those cases, if you have problems with the grandmother, auntie, uncle, whoever wants to apply for maintenance and they want guardianship, there's nothing that says that they can't apply to be a caregiver in terms of Section 23 of the Children Act. If you have any problems, please email me at D Ruiters, capital D, capital R, D Ruiters, capital D, capital R, UITERS at npa.gov.za, and I will then guide you in what to do. We've got all the affidavits, as Ms. Ronel Ras said. We've got all of the affidavits on a site called www.childmaintenance.org.za. You can download at leisure what you want over there, and you will be able to use any of those things. If there are any questions, please ask your questions. Yes, sir, I'll give you an opportunity. You've had a few times that you had up.
I also want to just mention that although the Maintenance Act is good and everything that was presented is very well done, I want to advocate for the rights of women's rights. And this is something we forget.
Yeah.
That the Maintenance Act sometimes is also a vilifying act because it demonizes men to the point that women only have rights. And it's also about the women and the child, and the men is just the villain, which is wrong. I'm busy with the case at the moment. A month ago, I went down to Friedensburg to discuss it and meet with the gentleman personally. 4 years ago, we got married. And his daughter is now 8 years old, and he applied the mother of the child. They had an agreement, garnishing order, no problems. Then he got married, and all hell broke loose. Because then this woman decided, no, I see what happened. And then he was paying 7,000 rand a month. Then she took the child out of a Model C school and put the child in a private school and demanded, now you must pay even this. Then it was medical bills, school fees, transportation, uniforms, extracurricular activities, all these other things, which now brings his cost from 7,000 to 10, even 15,000 rand, which is verification. And the law allows it because every time she goes and she complains and she just makes a big scene about it, and the law just says, no, but you have the right to do it. Do you understand? Yeah. And so this poor gentleman is in a mess at the moment, and he's got his back against the wall. Now this lady is married and she's working. She's married to a guy who's also working. She's doing this just to spite this gentleman. And I had a talk with her and I asked her, do you think this is fair? She said to me, don't tell me about fairness. I do what I want to do, and you will see what I want to do. I said, but this is wrong. Where's the justice in this? She's adamant. She will show him what she can do, and she will make his life a living hell. Yeah. And I know for a fact, a friend of mine, his marriage for 20 years was destroyed because of things like this. And the law just allows them to abuse the system and just to demonize me. Now, that's the worst thing. Here's the worst thing. That unless mediation and counseling is included, then this is what happens. It causes serious damage to the relationship between the father and the child, which leads to a fatherless society. And the damage that is done is so profound that at the end of the day, the woman thinks that she's going after the man, but the child then becomes the victim.
because the man does not have a relationship with his child because of what is happening. You understand?
Yeah.
Which leads to the fatherless society, and the child becomes a victim of society and all these other things. And at the end of the day, the father still gets blamed because it's because of you. Because you did not play an active role in the life of your child. This is why that was happening. And this is what I'm saying. Just to advocate for the right, fathers has rights too. You understand? I mean, all fairness, and it was mentioned that there should be reasonableness and fairness in all these things. But the law does not provide for that.
Yeah.
And when women go and just place it one thing, and the complaint and the lawyers and the arrest warrants and all these things, but it's personal vindictiveness that is happening, and many people's lives are being destroyed. So, advocate, I want to say, in view of all of this, spare a thought for the father. Spare a thought of the damage that has been done to this man. He has a right to have a life as well. He has the right to have a decent, reasonable, loving, caring relationship with his child. But in view of this, everything is destroyed. And the law does not take that into consideration. And so I deal with men in my ministry. I deal with men who are hurting, men who are being destroyed. Men, these things cause men to go and become alcoholics and abusers and the frustration and the rage. Spare a thought for fathers. They are people too. And don't destroy them in the process of just wanting to take care of a child and being totally inconsiderate to their feelings and also to the fact that they also have a right to have a life. This gentleman in Freeburg, he is too scared. This lady is victimizing him. She's driving the latest Volkswagen Polo. 2 years ago, he wanted to buy himself a different car. And she made him understand, wees jy vir my te koop in die bedryf, dan sien jy wat maak ek mee. So he's got to keep on repairing his old jalopy because he's too scared to do anything. Because he's being watched. And the minute he does anything, he gets victimized. And the law says she has the right to do it. And this is my problem with the justice system. That it does not always, it's not always fair in the thing that they do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. May I ask if there's any other questions? Can you limit your questions? Because there are other people that also might want to ask questions. Section 15 of the Maintenance Act says that that the maintenance order that is made must be fair and equitable to both parties according to their means. So in a case where the father feels vilified and that he is now just being abused, then in terms of Section 6 of the Maintenance Act, he can bring an application to have that order reviewed. You don't have to give in to every single thing that she says. That order must be fair and equitable according to all parties that is part of that process. So wherever we see that that order is actually to the detriment of the person and he can't afford it, then he can approach the court on a J107 and ask that that specific order be amended in order to suit his pocket, so that he can also buy the same type of car that she's having. Because the same way her means are being then evaluated, then pro rata, her means and his means, that is how the court should come to a decision. I do not agree with what you say that the courts agree with what the ladies say. No, it is fair and equitable according to your means. And the court will always use that specific criteria in dealing with that case. So please tell him that in his case, he can approach the Vredenburg court and then ask for an amendment to that specific order. And I like what you said about mediation, because all of these things can come out. I know of one case that my wife, she drove all the way to Vredenburg court herself and sat in one of the offices, the cubicles over there at the back of Vredenburg court. She sat over there and did a mediation where she listened to both parties. Officers, as it was said earlier, do not have the time to listen to what is the needs of the father, what's the needs of the mother, how the mother's driving the new Mercedes while he have to drive a jalopy. All of those things need to come out, and where it comes out better is in mediation, because they've got their 2 hours times and 30 days in which they can solve that case. I know of cases that are remanded till May and June by the maintenance officers, while a mediator will sort that out within a period of 30 days, and 2-hour sessions will be conducted in which both parties are being listened to. So what I recommend is, one of the other ways of dealing with it is by means of mediation. Mediation is a good way of making sure both parties are being listened to, and the Section 15 criteria of fair and equitable decisions are being applied. Pro rata their means. So if it is that she's driving a new Mercedes, then the court need to look at that and accordingly pro rata make a decision as far as where the maintenance should go for that specific person. We can talk a little bit more about it in the cafeteria. Please do not leave. There's a lot of curry that Mr. Fabian Daniels made, and I really don't want it to go to waste. He offered his whole Saturday. Since this morning, 6 o'clock, he was here to prepare food. And if we're going to leave, then he'll have to throw that food away, and then that all goes to waste. We already took some of his, with the coffee and tea, we took that away from him. Now he's sitting with a lot of scones, and I can see he's very disappointed. If you can please assist me just by supporting Mr. Daniels before you leave. Otherwise, that food away, and those muffins that he made specifically for coffee and tea this morning. Everybody went to the free store over there. So now he sits with all of that. So I humbly ask you, please do not leave, and please support him, even if you just buy one of the scones so that the scones can be out. If I can maybe just make that appeal to you. So the next meeting is the 29th of April. I hope that our esteemed interpreter will be here. If our regional head, Mr. Isaacs, is online, please, can we have these two ladies again for 29th April? 9th of April is going to be a very nice session. There's going to be a presentation by Advocate Jandai Goliath. He is a talker, so if you were impressed with today, come and watch Advocate Jandai Goliath. He's our guest speaker for the 29th of April. I requested my wife to do a presentation on the enforceability of parenting plans, because I see there's a gap where people do not understand how to enforce a parenting plan, the family advocate, or getting a court order. And then on some of the legal groups, I see they have problems with Form 8, Form 9, and Form 10. My esteemed law advisor that's sitting in the room, I'm not saying who it is, you can just look who it might be, but my law advisor is trying to guide in some of the law groups how you should be dealing with Form 8, Form 9, and Form 10, especially where attorneys get involved. The attorneys are the ones that are drafting the parenting plans. Attorneys do not know of Form 8, Form 9, and Form 10. And it's about time that they understand which forms should accompany the parenting plan, because the court will never endorse and make it a court order if the correct procedures are not done. So once the attorney finished the parenting plan, then they step back. And if they should now complete another Form 9, they say, no, they're not completing that. And then where does it leave the mother and father that are trying to get a parenting plan? So Mrs. Natalie Ruiters will present a talk on the enforceability of parenting plans and how do you get it enforced, and what are the Form 8, what are the Form 9, and what are the Form 10. We will make sure that there are copies of those forms so that you can see how it should unfold, so that you don't sit with a parenting plan that at the end of the day is useless for you to use. So we will show you how to practically be able to use it. Thank you for the questions. If there are more questions, please come and ask me in the cafeteria. And then we can have a cup of coffee or a scone together, but please don't leave now. and let us engage and talk about all of these. There's a lot of copies of the Courage to Change that Narasa brought. So if there are some of you that would like to have a few copies, please collect one. And my wife has got copies of her article that was published in the Darabas of February 2023. If you need to want to have the electronic copy, just Google Darabas February 23 or go into their downloads folder. In their downloads folder, click on February 23, page to page 17, and you'll get an article applying for maintenance by adult children. Thank you so much for today. I just would like to hand over to, okay. People, please don't leave. Come join me over there in the cafeteria. But thank you, online viewers. We'll see you the 29th of April. Thank you and bye-bye. Ms. Garvey, thank you so much. I really, I love your passion and the way you speak. There isn't a bin, but if they can all just put it over there on, yes.